My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I am the chair of the BPDA board. Thank you for joining the November 13th, 2025 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is hosting public meetings in a hybrid setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. Hybrid means that our board meetings are conducted in person at City Hall in our boardroom on the 9th floor and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. If there's anyone in the audience who is recording this meeting, I'd ask that you please identify yourself now. Okay, seeing none. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, great. All right, so we're going to start the meeting with a roll call. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Mr. Shepard.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
And the chair, Priscilla Rojas. I am present. Okay, item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the October 16th, 2025 board meeting. Motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll. Oh, no. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 2, request authorization to enter into a contract with BCQ Integration Incorporated for Genentech Security Suite Management Services for properties owned by the EDIC for a contract term of 3 years and an annual contract amount of $180,000. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am before you today to request permission to enter into a contract with BCQ Integration Services, LLC for Genentech Security Suite Management Services for properties owned by the EDIC. Genentech is a best-in-class security program implemented across BPDA property. As a selected vendor, BCQ will manage Genentech core video and access control services, badging infrastructure, and hardware. Responsibilities include system configuration, plug-in support, high availability operations, and full technical troubleshooting. BCQ will also coordinate with city departments, consultants, and information security systems teams to ensure alignment and operational cohesion. The contract is structured to accommodate an estimated 1,000 hours of expert service per year, with clear deliverables and accountability benchmarks to ensure transparency and performance throughout. The BPDA received 2 bids, and BCQ was determined to be the most highly advantageous. The awarded contract will be for a term of 3 years with 2 one-year extension options. The cost should not exceed $180,000 per year for services for both EDIC and BRA properties. The budget for this project is $540,000 for services in the initial term. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Item number 3, request authorization to execute a contract with Coastal Marine Construction, LLC for the construction of the Boston Harbor fender pile repairs at South Jetty Berthing in an amount not to exceed $3,387,524, with a 20% contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $4,065,028. William.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are requesting authorization to execute the construction contract with Coastal Marine for the South Jetty berthing that is necessary as part of the Sail Boston work that is happening next summer. You will recall I was here just last month for authorization to release this IFB. We have since bid it and have results. We are right now talking about the South Jetty, which is currently under demolition. You'll recall we've been removing the pier structure. Now that that pier is down, we have space to install new mooring dolphins, which will allow some of these tall ships to actually come and berth at this location. Interestingly enough, the contractor doing the South Jetty work, Coastal Marine, happens to be the lowest bidder for this additional work. So the mobilization will be nice and smooth. So we issued the bid on October 20th of this year. We had 40 interested folks downloading the opportunity. We received 2 bids. The lowest bid was, in fact, Coastal Marine in the amount of $3,387,524. I'm requesting a total authorization of $4,065,028, which includes a 20% contingency for this work. It'll be funded through the FY26 capital budget with funding coming from the City of Boston. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for real estate strategy consulting services for multiple contracts for each for a period of 1 year with 2 one-year extension options. Stephanie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Stephanie Silva. I'm a senior advisor for real estate and special projects in the real estate division, and this is my first item presented to the board. It's great to be before you all. I'm here to request authorization to advertise and issue a request for proposals for real estate strategy consulting services. As part of its responsibilities to develop, acquire, and lease land on behalf of the BPDA, the real estate division must regularly evaluate sites, proposals, and policies for their ability to further city goals as well as for overall feasibility. By contracting with up to 3 firms, the BPDA seeks to supplement in-house expertise with that of independent teams knowledgeable in real estate economics, design, and engineering. Once under contract, firms would be delegated on an as-needed basis through a work order process led by BPDA staff and resulting in a project-specific purchase order. Consultant work orders would fall into 6 categories: property-specific development scenario modeling, evaluation of lease amendment proposals, acquisition strategy analysis, policy or program development, real estate analysis for resilience improvements, and other as-needed advisory services. The real estate division has previously contracted with strategy consultants offering similar services, but those contracts have since expired. For this RFP, we would be offering each consultant a 1-year contract of $150,000 per year with the option for 2 one-year extensions. We expect to return to the board in early 2026 to report on RFP responses and recommend contract recipients. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Great first presentation, Stephanie.
Thank you.
We'll see you back after you finish the RFP. All right, item number 5, request authorization to enter into a contract with the American City Coalition to provide support to the Greater Boston Climate Resilience Jobs Alliance partners as part of the NOAA Climate Ready Task Workforce Grant for a total contract amount of $120,000 over a 3-year contract term with a 1-year term renewal option. Jody.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Today, I'm here to request authorization to execute a contract with the American City Coalition for consultant services providing support to the Greater Boston Coastal Resilience Jobs Alliance partners for up to 3 years, an aggregate amount not to exceed $120,000 during the first 3 contract years, and an option to renew the contract for 1 year as deemed necessary by the director. In August 2024, the Economic Development Industrial Corporation was awarded $9.8 million for a climate-ready workforce grant from the Department of Commerce, NOAA, for the City of Boston's Office of Workforce Development to create the Boston Climate Jobs Alliance. It's a coalition of 30 stakeholders, including training providers, educators, service providers, community engagement partners, climate experts, and employers. The Alliance work is aimed at filling approximately 1,200 jobs committed by 13 employers in family-sustaining, coastal, and climate resilience occupations over 4 years. Workers trained through the Alliance will be placed in jobs that help advance coastal resiliency strategies. At the September 18th board meeting, the Office of Workforce Development requested and received the board's authorization to issue a publicly advertised request for proposals to procure professional consultant services for outreach, career exploration, and recruitment to advise and support the Boston Climate Jobs Alliance. The RFP was issued on September 22nd, and 3 firms submitted proposals in response to the RFP. After a review of the technical and fee proposals received, OWD now seeks approval to select the recommended vendor. OWD recommends the American City Coalition as the consultant to provide outreach and recruitment services for Alliance partners. The American City Coalition's proposal describes a clear and comprehensive plan that addresses and complies with all core elements and required submissions stated in the RFP and demonstrates a complete understanding of the key issues and objectives. The proposal clearly summarizes the American City Coalition's understanding of the project goals and deliverables and how its approach, experience, and relationships would successfully achieve these goals and deliverables. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Just briefly, thank you, Jody. Obviously, I fully support this. I'm just curious, the sort of antenna went up, which I'm sure you have as well. It's a federal agency. It's got climate in the title. Is there any concern that it may be canceled or impacted?
We are very fortunate. This grant has already been deposited in our account at the Treasury. So we are moving forward and the funds are visible and there, and we continue to work with our partners to reach the goals.
Well done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. All right, if there are no other questions or comments, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you
Thank you
so
very much. Thank you.
Okay, item number 6, personnel. Mike.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Shen. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have one contract in the Director's Office, Brian Haw, and we have 2 internships. In the Communication Division, we have Matthew Hauk, and in the Development Review Division, we have Molly Ping. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you, Mike, and welcome to Matthew and Molly, and wishing you a really great internship. So that was the last item of the EDIC agenda, so I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, EDIC meeting is adjourned. Okay, I am moving on to the next portion of the meeting. Thank you for joining the November 13th, 2025 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is hosting public meetings in a hybrid setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. Hybrid means that our board meetings are conducted in person at City Hall in our boardroom on the 9th floor and virtually via Zoom and Boston City TV at the same time. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 26, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It's also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. If there's anyone in the audience who's recording this meeting, I ask that you please identify yourself now. Okay, hearing and seeing none, we will move on to a roll call to start this meeting. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. O'Malley.
Present.
And I, Priscilla Rojas, the chair, am present. Item number 1, request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the October 16th, 2025 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule and advertise a public hearing pursuant to sections 80A-2 and 80C-5.4 of the zoning code to be held on December 11th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. or at such a date and time deemed appropriate by the director to consider the second amendment to the amended and restated master plan for the Planned Development Area Number 51, Hood Park, the master plan amendment. The proposed development plan for 25 Supertest Street within Planned Development Area Number 51, Hood Park, the 25 Supertest Street Development Plan, and proposed development plan for 15 Supertest Street within Planned Development Area Number 51, Hood Park, the 15 Supertest Street Development Plan, located in the Charlestown neighborhood, proposed by Hood Park LLC. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Scheduling hearing. Okay.
Second.
Okay, no more roll call. Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. I'll get used to it. Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Counselor Durkin is here. Could we take
Oh,
her out of
cool,
order?
yeah, absolutely. Counselor Durkin, welcome. The floor is yours to give.
Thanks for letting me go out of order.
Please.
And you see I'm not dressed for this board meeting, but dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment and offer my support for Northeastern University's institutional master plan. When I wrote to Chief Shen in May, I urged the board not to schedule a vote until we secured stronger commitments that responded to real-time impacts of Northeastern's growth on housing and neighborhood stability. At that time, Boston was without representation on the City Council in District 7 seat, seat, and the plan did not yet confront the scale of the university's enrollment increases or the pressures felt acutely on Mission Hill, Fenway, and Roxbury. I believed then and still believe now that our residents deserve a plan that matches the lived realities of displacement, rising rents, and the strain placed on naturally occurring affordable housing. Since that letter, meaningful progress has been made. The revised IMP reflects many of the priorities raised by residents, community leaders, and the task force. It also responds to core issues I flagged in May and demonstrates a more balanced approach to institutional growth. In my earlier correspondence, I called for a stronger commitment to on-campus housing, greater investment in affordable housing within the neighborhoods most impacted by Northeastern's expansion, and clearer accountability measures to manage the university's off-campus housing student footprint. I believe that the IMP makes meaningful progress on each of these fronts, and there's obviously 2 dormitory projects totaling near 1,900 beds, 1,000 expected to be completed within the first 5 years. That said, concerns around the negative externalities of students living in surrounding neighborhoods remain a frequent topic in my inbox, particularly from residents of Mission Hill and Fenway. As we continue working to ensure that colleges and universities adequately meet on-campus housing needs, I am pleased that the administration has incorporated a new accountability measure into the board memo, requiring that Northeastern appear before the BPDA board in a public hearing if its off-campus housing footprint expands beyond 2024 levels. I've also been pushing for more accountability at the City Council by sponsoring a hearing to review the Student Accountability Ordinance, which requires colleges and universities to report data on their student housing populations. I have recently amended the ordinance to move that student reporting deadline from October 1st to November 1st to make for more accurate data collection and require a yearly hearing on the Student Housing Trends Report. Together, these measures represent a more enforceable and transparent approach to student housing and ensure that any future expansion will be publicly reviewed and mitigated. The most pressing challenges of the request of my initial letter was the call for more resources for housing, both affordable rental and home ownership, given the impact of Northeastern on the rental market. The university has increased its financial contribution to housing affordability and neighborhood investment since its original proposal. The plan now includes $10 million over 10 years, $1 million per year. It's not quite the $2 million that I called for in my letter, but it's a meaningful investment. The package includes $62 million in community benefits and mitigation. Some of those on the task force would argue that some of these are already things that Northeastern is doing, so therefore shouldn't be included. But nevertheless, I think that this plan it really is a meaningful impact. It is tragic to me, Northeastern alums and preservationists alike, that we were not able to preserve the iconic and historic Matthews Arena. My initial objection to the demolition of this iconic arena was both the history and the iconic archway, which at the time was not incorporated into the final design. After publishing my op-ed titled Save Matthews Arena, which obviously resulted in a lot of text from Northeastern leadership, I heard from many Northeastern community members about their fond memories of the space. As a result, I requested that Northeastern both think of how they can maintain the iconic archway and think of how they can commemorate their final season with a farewell. I know plans are being worked out to figure out how they can do a final farewell, and I think that would be fitting given the public and historical role this arena has played in sports history. And the final season has even inspired commemorative logos and merchandise. I encourage Northeastern to give a broader community a chance to say goodbye as well. As an elected official, I understand the outcomes of this IMP will inevitably influence related matters such as pilot contributions, community development, and broader city housing strategy. I am hopeful that there will be progress made on Northeastern's pilot payment. I encourage these discussions to continue in the spirit of transparency and partnership, ensuring that Northeastern's growth contributes meaningfully to the communities it calls home, which has not always been the case. In a moment when Northeastern and other universities are being targeted in national political attacks around DEI and international students' ability to study in Boston, it is important that our IMP process recognizes the value and strength and community partnership of these institutions. So I want to thank Northeastern always for their partnership. At this stage, I believe this IMP thoughtfully addresses the central concerns I raised in the process. I will be sending a longer letter. I know I went a little long for Teresa's taste, but this is a 10-year IMP,
Yeah.
so I wanted to say what I wanted to say. So thank you so much.
No, thank you so much. Okay. We'll move on to item number 3, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the Boston Real Estate Collaborative for the demolition of the BPDA-owned structure along Washington Street and for the temporary use of a portion of the Blair Lot to support renovation of the Berwick Building located at 1127 Harrison Avenue. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am before you today to seek permission to allow BREC to remove the BPDA-owned structure at Washington and Palmer Street and for the temporary use of a portion of the Blair Lot for construction laydown and support for renovation of the Berwick Building located at 1127 Harrison Avenue. This BPDA-owned structure is part of the larger Blair Lot site and has a footprint of approximately 900 square feet. The Blair Lot is currently designated to Nubian Square Ascends, and this portion of the site is proposed to become open space plaza. BREC has completed Phase 1 of its redevelopment, and Phase 2 will include the addition of 2 new residential floors. In order to proceed, BREC must demolish the Palmer Washington Street wing of the building, which is structurally unsound and cannot be renovated. This section shares 2-party walls with an adjacent BPDA-owned building. Due to the structural interdependence, the BPDA building will be compromised once demolition of the BREC building begins. Staff recommends that the BPDA board authorize the director to execute a license agreement with BREC to facilitate Phase 2 construction activities at the Berwick. The proposed license will permit demolition of a structurally compromised portion of a BPDA-owned building directly connected to BREC's property and to be completed at BREC's sole cost and coordinated with removal of BREC's adjacent structure, and temporary use of BPDA-owned land adjacent to the site, not including any of the existing parking spaces, for construction laydown, staging, and related activities, subject to review and approval by BPDA operations staff. The license term will run from November 14th, 2025 through May 31st, 2026, with up to 2 60-day extensions at BPDA's discretion. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 4, request authorization to extend the lease with the Massachusetts Department for Children and Families for the use of the 5th floor of the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street until November 30th, 2033. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In 2015, the China Trade Building at 2 Boylston Street became vacant when several tenants vacated within a short period of time. Excuse me. The Boston Redevelopment Authority hired prominent commercial real estate firm CBRE New England to represent the agency to attract new tenants. The building is now completely full. The Massachusetts Department of Children and Families has been a welcome tenant at 2 Boylston Street since 2017. They occupy the entire 5th floor, or 4th floor rather, occupying about 14,000 square feet. The Department of Children and Families came to the building in a different market. The Class B office rates were much higher in 2017 than they are today. I've stated to the board on a few occasions that we're looking to extend existing leases in 12 Channel Street and 2 Boylston Street rather than going to market competing for new tenants. Department of Children and Families the lease currently expires in 2027. Last month, their rent escalated to $50 per square foot. The current office, it'll go up to $51 a square foot in 2027. The current office market in the Midtown sub-district, which includes Chinatown, is currently in the low to mid-30s dollars per square foot. We're proposing to lower the rent to the Department of Children and Families in exchange for an immediate extension of their existing lease through 2033. We're proposing an immediate reduction in rent from $50 per square foot to $41 per square foot. That rate will escalate by 2% annually through 2033. Now, we could enjoy the higher rent for the next 2 years and take our chances upon lease renewal, but I strongly advise against that. The Class B office market is in turmoil at the moment, and we would be competing with very aggressive private sector landlords with money to spend. While the proposed rent is still above market, it's attractive to Department of Children and Families. They get to avoid relocation expenses, relocating period, and the downtime that comes along with that. The Boston Redevelopment Authority benefits from guaranteed revenue through 2033. The current contract rent would guarantee the agency $1.4 million through 2027. This extension would guarantee $4.3 million in revenue to the agency. Furthermore, we would avoid periods of revenue drought. We'd avoid paying a real estate commission, which would exceed $100,000 in this case for a 5-year lease. And very importantly, we would avoid paying a tenant improvement allowance for a new tenant, which is currently in the $100 to $200 per square foot range. So we would be expected to pay somewhere between $1.4 and $2.8 million just to build out the space for a new tenant. We paid, as is, we paid well over $1 million for Department of Children and Families to move in 2017. So I can't stress enough my recommendation to extend the Department of Children and Families lease through 2033 on the financial terms that we discussed. And I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, just curious, Dennis, obviously it makes perfect sense, and not only is it a good tenant, but it's being reactionary to the way the market is. I'm curious, is Class A office space seeing the same considerable dip in the Midtown area?
What we're seeing, the reason the Class B office market has such vacancies now
Yeah.
is there was a flight to quality.
Yeah.
The Class A office rents came down a little bit, but the Class B tenants moved up,
Yeah,
and no one's backfilling the Class B space.
gotcha.
And the conversion to residential really depends on the building. Not every office building is a good candidate for it. So those that aren't are going to be very aggressive competing with us.
Proof positive that we're seeing so much residential conversion, so of course we need to be a little more aggressive with our tenants, particularly good tenants like TCF, so thank you for this.
Great. Additional questions or comments? I just want to echo, I really reviewed and looked into this, this deal and this arrangement, and I just want to commend you for finding a way and to making this work long-term, just for the Department of Children and Families, but also for us, and just a responsible use of our real estate. And I think this is fair.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So-
Liz Janus also worked very hard on this with me, so
Yeah,
I'll give her
no, it's great.
props as well.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
good
So
job on
thank you.
this. Questions or motion is in order?
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you very much,
Thank
Dennis. Cheers. Item number 5, request authorization to extend the award of tentative designation status to Trinity Financial for the long-term lease and redevelopment of the Austin Street parking lots, parcel P15B in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-55, located at 0 Austin Street and 0 Rutherford Street until November 30th, 2026. Yoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Austin Street parking lots, commonly referred to as the Bunker Hill Community College parking lots, consist of 2 large parking lots located in the southwest section of Charlestown. These lots are adjacent to Bunker Hill Community College and are currently being utilized by its students and staff. This property, as you might remember, was identified as part of the citywide land audit as an underutilized city-owned site that could address some of Boston's most urgent needs. Following an extensive community process, the RFP for this redevelopment was released in May 2023, focusing on creation of affordable housing, open space, pedestrian and bike connections, public realm contributions, retail spaces and ground floor activation, artist spaces, and transit-oriented development. In November 2023, the board awarded tentative designation for this parcel to Trinity Financial for their proposal to create 4 new mixed-use buildings of approximately 790,000 square feet, which includes about 700 new dwelling units, arts and culture space, early childhood education space, indoor and outdoor recreation space, and structured vehicle parking spaces. In addition to an urban plaza and a lawn for athletic and multi-purpose fields. And the Trinity received one 12-month extension last year on November 2024. Since this extension, Trinity has achieved several key milestones, including the BPDA Board of Approval for the PDA Master Plan and Development Plan, which you might remember from the last board meeting. And currently they recently submitted a full funding application to MOH for Building B, which is a 123-unit affordable housing project that's envisioned as the first phase of this development. And they have also secured a full funding, letters of interest and tax credit equity for Building B. So during this tentative designation extension, the developer will continue to advance on the financing and final drawings for this project. So at this point, we would like to request an additional 12 months for the team to continue assembling these parts of the project.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I just want to say that, we have the opportunity to kind of follow this from the land audit, right? And then see this application of public land for public good. And so just really, really excited and want to kind of, motivate you and the team to continue your diligence in working on this. Very excited for this project to finally come before us soon.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions or comments, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Okay, no, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thanks so much, Ian.
Thank you so much.
All right, item number 6, request authorization to enter into a grant agreement with the Preservation of Affordable Housing for the allocation of $250,000 in the Neighborhood Development Fund resources for the purposes of supporting affordable commercial space at Columbia Crossing, located at 568 through 574 Columbia Road. Amina.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shin, and Madam Secretary. The item before you is a request to enter into a grant agreement with the Preservation of Affordable Housing for a grant in the amount of $250,000 utilizing the Neighborhood Development Fund resources to support the affordable commercial space at the Columbia Crossing development in Dorchester. This project, sponsored by POA and Dorchester Bay Economic Development Corp., will bring 48 income-restricted rental units, and a 3,500 square foot affordable commercial space dedicated to the design studio for social intervention, which is a longstanding arts and civic design org previously displaced from the site. I do want to highlight that this work reflects a strong collaboration between the BPDA, the Mayor's Office of Housing, and the Cabinet of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion. MOH has completed a full underwriting review of this project's financials and has confirmed that this NDF allocation is necessary to ensure DS4SI's long-term affordability and feasibility of the community-serving commercial component. At this time, I'd actually like to introduce Andrew Grace, the city's Director of Economic and Strategic Planning within the Economic Opportunity and Inclusion Cabinet, who will share additional detail on the project and its broader role in supporting the equitable commercial development in Upham's Corner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. A lot's been said. I have a few slides that I'd love to kind of just walk you through and explain a little bit more about this project, the context. You do have another item later on, 29, that's also in Upham's Corner, that is part of this broader initiative. So next slide, that yellow is the specific project. The next slide, as was just mentioned, work goes back to 2016 when the city worked with our community partners, and this is an important piece of this, DSNI, Dudley Street Neighbors, Inc., to assemble a number of parcels in Upham's. When we completed Imagine Boston 2030, this work was grounded in the concept of development without displacement and a commitment to produce new affordable housing, support the city-owned Strand Theater, and very importantly, build a new branch library for Upham's Corner, and then also create affordable commercial space, all of which would bolster the Arts and Innovation District. Next slide. So the graphic that's in front of you shows the 3 sites that were either assembled or issued for RFPs. The one that's in yellow is the one that we're talking specifically about. This was, as was mentioned earlier, a close partnership of now the Mayor's Office of Housing, but then DND, the BRA, and OED, now known as OEOI, working closely with the community. It was a multi-year process. There were a number of kind of public meetings, involvement that literally started in 2016. We took a pause during the pandemic, and then it resumed during the pandemic. There was a terrific coalition of local representatives called the Working Advisory Group, sometimes called the WAG, who were leaders in the community who were integrally involved with this. And who really laid the groundwork for what we're looking to do with these parcels. RFPs were issued in 2021 and 2022. Next slide. The parcel that's in red is the one that we're specifically talking about, and it will result in the creation, as was mentioned, of artist housing and arts, culture, and community-oriented commercial space that will mark Columbia Crossing as the first to advance several of these sites in it's over 10 years now, community planning initiative for establishing Upham's as an arts and innovation district. I mentioned the other sites. This site will include housing above this commercial space. I believe it's 48 units of housing. And the site right below it is the former Bank of America branch. That's one that you'll be hearing, and I believe it's item 29. That's also the future home of the new Upham's Corner Public Library. Next slide. So this image, and there's a couple here, as was mentioned, includes, this shows the project, and it includes this commercial space, which roughly represents around 3,500 square feet, that will house DS4SI, Design Studio for Social Integration. It will also include the rehabilitation of the former Dorchester Savings Bank building, which is shown in gray there. And it will result in the creation of a space that's been referred to as the glow box. Next rendering. This is an older rendering. You might notice the window panes are a little bit different, but I really like what this captures because it really represents, I think, closely what the community was trying to do, which is really make this activity very, very visible. And as I mentioned, it's a premier space. It will be open to the public. It'll host a number of activities. Go to the next slide. I swear I'm almost done, Teresa. The NDF funds will support the affordable commercial space at the ground floor of the project to ensure the space remains affordable and serves the community's vision. DS4SI is a nonprofit organization who got their start over 20 years ago at MIT's Department of Urban Studies and Planning. They're an artistic research and development outfit for the improvement of civil society and everyday life, who partner with communities, artists, and social justice practitioners to imagine, demonstrate, and collectively rebuild places to be more just and vibrant. The developer plans to support DS4SI's location here by providing first-class commercial space at below market rates and will be charging them only operating costs, no rent, to ensure long-term tenant stability. Next slide. There's another representation of that space. And I'm not going to go into the statistics. It is 100% affordable housing, 48 units. I said I wasn't, so I'm not going to. Importantly, on the last slide, this is on the community land trust, so it is still owned by DNI, and it's a long-term ground lease. But this space will be essentially permanently affordable, which was our goal in starting this process. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
It's great to see the arts as integral to economic development in this neighborhood and elsewhere.
Thank you.
Yeah, agree. Just really see the vision that we have for Upham's Corner and, creating this arts and innovation district. I know these are years and years long processes,
long time.
right? And get pandemics in between and all of that, but the glow box will come to fruition, and it's
really becomes
excited to see these pieces coming together.
Yeah, it becomes a visible symbol, which is exactly what the community wanted. So
I see that. Okay. There are no further questions or comments. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Keep up the great work. Item number 7, request authorization to extend the consultant design services contract with Arcadius US Inc. for the completion of the remaining tasks associated with the flood resilience planning, feasibility, and design study for the Charlestown Navy Yard and Little Mystic Channel until September 30th, 2026. Delaney.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm before you today to request authorization to extend a design services contract with Arcadis US Inc. for the flood resilience planning, feasibility, and design study for the Charlestown Navy Yard and Little Mystic Channel. In June 2024, the BRA board authorized a design contract with Arcadis US Inc. for the design services associated with the Charlestown Navy Yard and Little Mystic Channel flood resilience study. This project builds off of climate vulnerability analysis and resilience strategies developed through the Climate Ready Boston 2016 report and Coastal Resilience Solutions for East Boston and Charlestown Phase 2 in 2022 to analyze the site conditions and develop implementable design options to contribute to the protection of portions of the Charlestown Navy Yard and Little Mystic Channel from future sea level rise and coastal storm events from Pier 3 all the way through the Little Mystic to the Charlestown Community Center. The executed contract includes investigation, assessment, design, and engagement services. The project is currently underway, having just delivered a set of design alternatives to the community and is now working to create a preferred design alignment. To date, the team has hosted one project webinar, one open house style design charrette, and many individual stakeholder meetings. The team has also attended several community-led meetings and events to spread the word on this effort. This project is also working in close coordination with the city's other efforts through the United States Army Corps of Engineers Coastal Storm Risk Management Study. In order to complete our design and be fully aligned with the timing of the Army Corps project, we are requesting the director to be authorized to extend the Arcadis contract for a 9-month period with no additional funding being added, therefore concluding the project on September 30th, 2026. Thank you, and if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them at this time.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 8, request authorization to execute a contract with BCQ Integration, Inc. for Genentech Security Suite Management Services for BRA-owned properties for a contract term of 3 years and an annual contract amount of $180,000. Rebecca.
Thank you. This is the same item that was before you on the EDIC agenda, this time for BRA properties.
Perfect. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thanks, Rebecca. Item number 9, request authorization to amend the design services contract with Bargman, Hendry, and Archetype, Inc. by increasing the contract amount by $74,355.39 and a 15% design contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $85,509. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. This matter was last before you in May of this year, where we got authorization to do a second amendment. We are now requesting a third amendment. You may recall back then, we had recently amended the construction contract to bring the total value of the work being done out of the China Trade Building to $6 million. It's an exterior masonry rebuild. We needed to give, in the second amendment to BHNA, money to oversee that additional construction work. A good portion of the additional work has been structural engineering, so we now need to do a third amendment so that we can pay the architect subconsultant, the structural engineer, as we've used them extensively to really control the limits of the masonry rebuild so that we rebuild the portions that we critically need to, but that we don't waste funds and rebuild portions that are sound otherwise. So the original contract was for $100,000. We amended to $169,000, then to $223,000 and change. This third amendment adds about $85,000 for a total contract amount of $308,908.83. That does include some contingency, and the final contract is still at 5% of the total construction cost, which is very competitive for this work. So happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you. Item number 10, request authorization to issue a request for proposals for real estate strategy consulting services for multiple contracts, each for a period of 1 year with 2 one-year extension term options. Stephanie, welcome back.
Thank you again. And Madam Chair, members of the board, this is the same item as in the EDIC.
Awesome. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thanks, Stephanie. Thank you. Item number 11, request authorization to execute a contract with BTT Marine Construction Company for the reconstruction of the Boston Harbor Pier 4 fender pile repairs in an amount of $478,000 and with a 20% contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $573,600. William.
Thank you again. So this work is out at Pier 4. This is also for the Sail Boston event that is taking place next year that I spoke about earlier. Out at Pier 4, we need to do repairs to the timber fender piles, which allow the tall ships to come up and berth next to the pier. We issued the invitation for bids October 20th. We had 36 participants downloading the solicitation. We received 4 bids on November 6th. BTT Marine was, in fact, the lowest bidder at $478,000. Interestingly enough, they were also the contractor who did the timber boardwalk reconstruction out at Pier 4 and the Shipyard Park. So we got to also capitalize on their mobilization on that project and save a few bucks, which is great. The total amount that we were requesting is $573,600. That includes a 20% contingency for this work. This is being funded out of the FY26 capital budget with contributions coming from the city of Boston. We are aiming to mobilize this December and having all of the work done by the end of spring. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thanks. Questions or comments from the board? I just did have one question. I noticed in the bids, there was a very wide range of, and so, you know, I know we take the lowest, most responsible bidder, but I just want to get some context for, you know, almost getting, you know, quotes that were double that.
We take a close look to make sure that the bid itself can be deemed reasonable and responsible. We actually had a second lowest bidder who was very close in price to the first, so that gave us a little bit of confidence. Also, the work of the bids of the 2 apparent lowest bidders were more closely aligned with our engineer's cost estimate than the 2 highest bidders. So we're very comfortable with this bid.
No, great, thank you. Okay, there are no other questions or comments. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thanks, William.
Yep.
Item number 12, request authorization to execute a contract with NELM Corp. For the construction of the Charlestown Main Street interim deployables in an amount not to exceed $669,400 with a 20% contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $803,280. William.
Thank you again. You'll remember we were here last month getting the authorization. This is one of 4 IFBs that went out at the same time. This is for the Main Street section of the deployables in Charlestown near the Schrafft's building. It's going to wrap that corner of the intersection and go over Massport property and the CSX rail line that's out there. And this is going to close a critical flood path in the neighborhood. We issued the IFB October 20th. We had 25 interested parties downloading the solicitation. We received 4 bids on November 6th. NELM was the lowest at $669,400. This is the first recent award to NELM, but they have been submitting many bids to us, so we're actually glad to see that they finally came in as the lowest bidder, and we're excited to work with them. The total request is for $803,280. That includes a 20% construction contingency. This is also coming out of the FY26 capital budget with funding from the city of Boston. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 13, request authorization to execute a contract with Nelm Corp. For the construction of the Martins Park deployables in an amount not to exceed $269,400 with a 25% contingency for a total contract amount not to exceed $336,750. William.
Thank you. Last one for the evening. This is for the interim deployables out at Martins Park here in South Boston. On behalf of the city of Boston, we're implementing some interim flood protection measures, although this flood protection measure, though being called interim, is actually permanent. This is a subsect of a larger project, which will later include additional work in the general vicinity to close an overall flood pathway, but this is actually going to close the one in the city of Boston's park. We're working closely with the city, the Parks Department, the landscape architect who designed this originally, the Friends of Martin's Park, the Richards Foundations, everybody we possibly can to make sure that this newly constructed park has these flood protection measures installed in a way that is very sympathetic and respectful to the very beautiful landscape that's out there. We issued it October 20th. 22 participants downloaded the IFB. We received 2 bids on November 6th. NELM was the lowest at $269,400. The total request is for $336,750. I'm requesting a higher than normal contingency of 25% just because of the intricacies of installing the infrastructure to hold the deployables in the existing landscape. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. This is again coming out of the FY26 capital budget with funding from the City of Boston. And Madam Chair, if I may, I'd like to recognize all of the agency staff who worked on this. We had 4 IFBs going out at one time last month. The only reason we were able to come back to you this month after giving us authorization last month is the incredible dedication of the team, specifically Kirsten Treese, Riley Moran, and Sandra Carrera. So I'd like to thank them for all of their work to make this possible.
Yeah, no, thank you. And thank you on behalf of the board as well. That was a quick turnaround time, and the sense of urgency with climate is real. So,
Absolutely.
all right, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good evening.
William. Item number 14, request authorization to issue an invitation for bids for cleaning and maintenance of the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street for a contract term of 3 years with 2 one-year extension term options. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm before you today to request permission to advertise for cleaning and maintenance for the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. We are re-advertising the solicitation due to underperformance from our last selected contractor. The scope of services will consist of furnishing all necessary labor, materials, equipment, and related services necessary to clean and maintain the China Trade Center, as well as to clean and maintain and remove snow from the adjacent Liberty Tree Plaza. The IFB will be publicly advertised with local newspapers on the BPDA website, at the statewide Combi system, the State Goods and Services Bulletin, and through other channels as appropriate. The resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The awarded contract will be for a term of 3 years with 2 single option years to be exercised at the sole discretion of the BPDA. Funding for this project will be from the BPDA's FY26 operating budget. The cost is not expected to exceed $825,000 for the initial 3-year term. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 15, request authorization to amend a land disposition agreement related to South Cove Urban Renewal Area parcels P-12 and P-12B, and to execute amendments to existing easements as necessary, and to take any and all actions related to the Washington Oak Commercial Condominium Trust condo structure. The BPDA is a party to that operates on those sites. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Secretary Polhemus and Director Shen. My name is John Spillane. I'm an attorney in the Office of General Counsel. I join you today to seek an amendment to the land disposition agreement relating to South Cove Urban Renewal Areas parcels P12 and P12B, the amendment of certain existing easements on those sites, a vote to amend the Washington Oak Commercial Condominium Trust, and an authorization vote for the director to take all other related actions to those items. These actions are being sought in relation to a joint project being constructed by Asian Community Development Corporation and the community builders on BPDA-owned site parcel P12C, located at 290 Tremont Street in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area. This is an all affordable project, which consists of 132 income-restricted units with income levels from 30 to 80% AMI. These developers were chosen as part of an RFP in 2023 and were extended their tentative designation in 2025. During the designing of this project, it was discovered that the agency DDC TCB project would require access to an already existing easement on an adjacent parcel on the former Don Bosco sites located on parcels P12 and P12B, which was developed by the Corcoran Jennison Corporation. The agency entered into an LDA, certain easements, and condo structure during the development of that Corcoran-Jennison project back in 1998 and 2000. And in order for the agency CDC TCB project to gain the proper easements and property rights it requires, the BPDA then must look to amend its currently existing contracts with Corcoran-Jennison. Thus, it is the recommendation of the staff, in order to effectuate the proper amendments required for the Asian CDC TCB project, authorization to amend the existing LDA it holds with Corcoran-Jennison on parcel 12 and parcel P12B. Amend current easements and property rights on those sites and modify the condo trust structure that is in, and authorize the director to take all other related actions. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 16, request authorization to petition the Boston Zoning Commission to adopt a 0% increase to Boston's linkage policy for 1 year commencing January 1st, 2026. Ruben.
Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polimas, I have a brief presentation that I would like to show you, but just to introduce the topic, if we do not take action, what will happen is that on January 1, the linkage rates for the city of Boston will increase, and so we're here before you to request an override of that automatic increase. And so that is what we're asking today for this board to make a recommendation to the Zoning Commission. Next slide, please. So to give an overview of linkage, a little bit of the history, linkage was initiated in the beginning of the Flynn administration in 1983, adopted just for housing initially with a 100,000 gross square foot threshold for commercial and most institutional uses. It was only for the Housing Trust Fund. A few years later, it was added for the Jobs Trust Fund. And over the next, let's call it 35 years, there were periodic increases of the linkage rate, and we'll show you those in just a minute. In 2021, the City Council and the Legislature enacted a new home rule petition that allowed the city to make adjustments to linkage without state approval, which was very meaningful for the city. As part of that, it was also determined that there would be an automatic, this automatic increase was included. In 2023, the linkage was then expanded to include projects at 50,000 gross square feet. And a separate linkage amount was added for lab usage, separated from non-lab commercial uses. Today and next month, we come before you because the action of this body is needed to override the automatic estimated 4% increase in linkage that would take place on January 1. Next slide, please. Before we talk about the details of that request, I just want to talk briefly about the success of linkage for the city so far. Over $250 million, $280 million have been collected just on the housing side since 1987. That includes $18 million just last year and $13 million for 2025 effective through October. Over 10,000 income-restricted units have been created, and more than 6,000 income-restricted units have been preserved. Just last year, 439 income-restricted units came online, with another 332 housing starts. 75% of the units that have been created by linkage are for households under 60% AMI, with an additional 18% for the band between 16 and 80% AMI. Next slide, please. In addition to the Housing Trust, the Jobs Trust has received over $29 million in funding since 2015, serving over 10,000 low and moderate income residents. Wide range of trainings in many fields, including ESL and a variety of job training experiences. Want to highlight three recent initiatives in particular that linkage has supported, including $4 million for the community, for the tuition-free community college fund that has supported over 2,000 students. The Life Science Initiative has had $1.6 million in training for over 100 participants. And the City Academy for commercial driver's license and emergency management technician training has included another $1 million. So these funds really have an impact on our residents. Next slide, please. So this is the linkage rate since 2018, and you can see that at the bottom band under total linkage, Linkage rates went from $10.81 in 2018, increased to $15 in 2024, as noted. We separated the lab and non-lab uses, and then there was another increase that was included in the 2023 bill that was added for 2025. Overall, we've seen a 114% increase in linkage since 2018 for non-lab usage, nearly doubling, and almost tripling for labs since that same time period, 2018. Next slide, please. So as context to show the impact of linkage over the years, linkage started at $5 a square foot in 1983. That's the blue line. The red line is the rate of inflation since 1983. For a pretty significant 30-year period, linkage was below the rate of inflation, so did not keep up. And so that was a big part of why the automatic increase was put in place. And we can see that in the most recent years, linkage has leapfrogged the inflation rate and has gotten a little bit higher than that rate. And that is part of the context for today's request. Next slide, please. So with many thanks to the research department and Michael Endele here today, we were able to use the legislation that stated what the automatic increase would be based on. It's the average of 2 CPI rates. That comes to 4.04% through July. We have new data as of today that is slightly lower, 3.95% through September. We don't know when we're going to get the next number because of the shutdown and the impact of that, but it doesn't really change anything. It's still right around that 4% rate, which represents a $1.23 per square foot increase for research labs and 92 cents per square foot for other uses. That would be an increase. Next slide, please. So the research division also dug deeply into a number of the other factors that go into this recommendation here today as to why we think that the rate should remain stable through 2026. So the 4 key categories that they looked into: construction costs, which have gone up 26% since 2020, and that includes just in the recently released Greater Boston housing report card, 40% increase in materials in that time period since 2020. Financing costs 5 years ago were practically near zero, and now they're up around the 4% area. The most recent adjustment slightly below. That has a 7 to 8 figure impact on development costs in many cases. Adding to the supply chain issues that we've had for the last number of years, add in the tariff policies, and we're hearing from a number of developers about the impact that that is having on their costs. And then finally, and I think perhaps most impactful to this recommendation, is the development activity. We went from over 2 million annual square feet of office and linkage eligible development up to 2020, and in the last few years we're closer to 300,000 square feet annually, a significant increase. A significant decrease. Lab vacancies are well over 20% right now. Office vacancies downtown are in the neighborhood of 17%, citywide around 24%. And with the anticipated or already announced pullback of a variety of federal funds for our research institutions, for vaccines, for cancer research, for educational institutions, we think that there's going to be additional impact on commercial and institutional development in the near future. Next slide, please. So I'm going to show you 3 different graphs. I've been told that these are a little confusing, so I'm going to do my best to explain them better than I have in the past. The first is this is actual funds that have been received by linkage for the Housing Trust Fund in blue and the Jobs Trust Fund in red, or maybe that's orange. And so we can see that over the last decade, we've had a significant increase in those linkage funds, including what has been termed a record year for 2024 for those linkage funds. And we're doing quite well, not quite as well, but very well for 2025. Next slide, please. So this slide is actual permits. So in most cases, the trigger for beginning linkage payments is the building permit. So this is the total amount of linkage commitments based on the year a project has initially received a building permit. You can see 2019, 2020, we had really strong years, over 40 million of linkage just in 2019. And you can start to see that the newly permitted linkage eligible projects going down in 24 and 2025. This is sort of symbolic of the construction challenges that we are seeing across the city and across the, really across the country. Next slide, please. This third chart is new filings. So we can see that we had a boom of new filings in 21, 22, and 23. And that is certainly relevant context to the decline in filings in 24 and 25. But I also think it's really important to note that of those filings, everything in red, 2020, 21, 22, 23, those are board approved that have not gone to construction. And I think those not going to construction is a big part of why we're not seeing new filings in 24 and 25. And it's certainly poignant to note that we have not received any linkage eligible filings so far in 2025. Overall, of all of the linkage eligible funds since 2020 that have filed, only 9% of them have started construction. So this is really all the context. If we can go to the last slide, please. Without any action taken, we're going to increase linkage by 4%. The planning department thinks that this is the wrong time to be increasing linkage with all of the context that we have just shared. So we're asking for a single year pause on that automatic increase. And we'll continue to monitor the filings and the regional economic activity with thanks to the research department to come back and evaluate where we need to be for next year. And if we can actually just go to the final slide, I just want to thank a lot of great people at the planning department and across the city who are a part of this effort. And I really want to appreciate especially Michael Endeley and Max Houghton, who did a lot of the impressive work, and we couldn't have done this also without Kathleen Onefer and Lisa and her team in legal to get to this point. So happy to take any questions. Thanks. And if I didn't introduce myself, my name is Ruben Cantor. I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for the Planning Department.
Oh, no,
I know I forgot
I got to
something.
start over and do it all over again. No, I'm just playing. Awesome.
What are you shaking your head for?
Questions or comments from the board?
Thank you, Ruben, for unsurprisingly such a thorough report. Looking over the timeline, I think I probably voted 3 or 4 times in my prior iteration of public service to increase the linkage rate, but I think you've made more than a compelling case why this is needed, and some of those figures on the external pressures in development, I think, really underscore it. So I appreciate us being nimble and a thoughtful approach, and we'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I definitely echo that. It's definitely a thoughtful process, and we see where the construction industry is at this moment, and an increase would be added on to with material costs and things of that nature, just another add-on that we don't need. We need to see, cranes in the sky. So thank you and your team for everything you've done on this project.
Thank you.
Yeah, agree. Just appreciate the thoughtfulness and the data-driven decision-making.
Yeah, this is really terrific. How is this data being released to the public?
I don't know. Well, there is it will be included. Some of this data will be included in the press release. I think the presentation is a public record, but yeah, that's a really great question, Dr. Landsmark, and I'm not sure I'm the right person to answer that, but I will make sure to talk to the communications team and think about a plan for that.
Can I, there will be a public hearing in front of the zoning commission. So this presentation will be made available during that public hearing.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Can we talk a little bit about just about that process? Can you talk a little bit about kind of what was the process, right, to trigger this deep dive analysis and also kind of next steps, right? So if we approve this, is this for just the year? We start the process. Just tell me a little bit about what this looks like.
Appreciate that question. So it was about a year ago that we dug in. Someone had said, do we know what's supposed to happen with linkage? Actually, January 2025, and we took a look at it, and we saw that the language was very explicit about the automatic increase effective 2026. So we put together an internal team, most of whom are on that list that you see, and we started a process of thinking, what do we need to prepare to be able to make a recommendation, if we're going to make a recommendation, or are we going to let this happen, as planned? So the research department really dug in, spent a couple of months putting together, I think, just a phenomenal report that sort of both analyzed what the linkage rate was going to be and what the impact of all the development activity and economic activity over the last couple of years has been. I've dug in on a lot of that data. It sort of falls under my hat, I guess, so to speak. We met with leadership. We talked this through. We met with some of the advocates and some of the business leaders. They understood where this is coming from. And so that kind of comes to this vote today that then takes the recommendation to the zoning commission next month that we need to do before the January automatic increase. And I expect that we will more or less have the same process next year. As we start the new year, we'll gather our team, start to monitor the data, see if anything is changing, both from the macro side that the research department does and more of the city data that I'm looking at, and make a recommendation. This recommendation is just for 2026, so a one-time, one-year pause on the automatic. And then if nothing happens, then the automatic increase based on the rate of inflation would kick in for January 1, 2027, which we may or may not come to you to talk about.
Great. No, look, I think I appreciate you going through just that process. I do want people to know, get a little bit behind the scenes of everything that goes into bringing something forward to the board for a decision. And there's a lot that went into bringing the initial linkage policy for a decision to make that call of increasing in alignment with, with inflation and so forth.
Months of work. Yeah. Thank you for recognizing that.
I just want to, commend the team and thank you for highlighting the success over the years of what linkage has brought to housing and to jobs, and of demonstrating it as an effective policy to drive good within our city. Again, this is a extremely nuanced and multifaceted topic, and just seeing all of the collaboration, I can only imagine what some of these discussions and everybody bringing their viewpoint and expertise together to bring this. So I applaud that, and doing what coming to a consensus of what we think makes sense for our community that we live in, the economies that we operate, and recognizing how linked those are. And making, again, prudent, responsible financial and, recommendations for the reality of what we live in and what we're experiencing. So I would ask, though, that if we, I know this is a one-year vote, but just even if we decide to just fall back into the existing policy that's already been approved, just to kind of give us an update and let us know that, yes, we've decided to go back to, what we've already approved and why, even if you're not going to come back and ask for a continuation of a pause, just so that we can, stay on top of it. And I think it's just a really good exercise for us to do as well as board members, as we're, processing all of the information that's coming in and trying to see this big picture. It's just really helpful. So if there are no other questions and comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
No more roll calls. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thanks, Ruben. Good work, everyone. Item number 17, request authorization to adopt text amendments for Article 26, Article 8, Article 3, Article 11, and Article 89 of the zoning code, and to add 2 new squares and streets districts and make minor changes to 4 of the 6 existing squares and street districts. Maya.
Thank you, and good evening, Director Shen, Secretary Polimas, Chair Rojas, and members of the board. My name is Maya Catler-Gold. I'm a planner on the zoning reform team, and I will be presenting on the proposed text updates to the squares and street zoning. Next slide, please. First, to summarize the main components of the proposed text updates. The proposed amendment adds 2 new squares and streets districts. It also makes a few other changes to the use regulations in S2, S3, S4, and S5, and makes some other formatting updates. Next slide, please. As a reminder, there are currently 6 squares and streets districts in the zoning code, which all allow mixed-use development of multifamily housing, commercial and cultural spaces in neighborhood squares around Boston. They vary in terms of the rules around the maximum scales of buildings, the required open space surrounding buildings, and the types of uses allowed. Next slide. Currently, the Squares and Streets districts exist in 2 neighborhoods. They're in Mattapan, where they were mapped last year following the recommendations of Plan Mattapan, and they're in Rosendale, where they were mapped earlier this year following the recommendations of the Rosendale Square Small Area Plan. Next slide. For some background, the amendment we're proposing tonight is our response to a citizen's petition which was submitted by a group of Hyde Park residents last year during the Cleary Square Small Area Planning process. Major components of the Hyde Park residents' petition included 1, increasing flexibility for use regulations in the existing Squares and Streets districts, especially on upper stories, and 2, adding new zoning districts to create more options for smaller scale mixed use and commercial areas. We met this first request for increased use flexibility in the existing Squares and Streets districts through a zoning amendment which was approved by this board in December 2024 and adopted by the Boston Zoning Commission in January 2025. Although the new districts we're proposing are not identical to those in the citizens' petition, this amendment is meant to meet the residents' requests for more options of districts that suits smaller scale mixed use and commercial areas. Next slide. This approach to addressing community feedback and the resident zoning petition allows the planning department to maintain a consistent approach to the drafting of the zoning code, respond to community feedback from Hyde Park without contradicting recent planning and zoning in Rosendale and Mattapan, where the Squares and Street districts are currently mapped, and ensure new zoning is vetted through a full citywide community engagement process. Next slide. The first new district included in this amendment is S36. To explain how this fits with the current Squares and Streets district, S36 is exactly the same as the current S3 district, except that the height is limited to 6 stories instead of 7. All of the other dimensional and use regulations are the exact same as S3. We added S36 to the zoning code by just adding a footnote to the existing S3 district instead of creating new columns in the tables to avoid redundancy. Next slide, please. To understand the difference between S3 and S36, it's helpful to understand why S3 allows 7 stories. The existing S3 height regulations were created to allow for 5/1 construction, which is a common and cost-effective mixed-use building typology made up of 5 stories of wood frame construction, which is typically residential, above a concrete podium, which is typically commercial. Relatedly, buildings in S3 are likely to be only 6 stories as opposed to the maximum 7, which is allowed to avoid the additional costs of complying with the Massachusetts Building Code requirements for high-rise buildings, which applies to all buildings over 70 feet. However, S3 allows 85 feet and 7 stories to account for the fact that zoning height includes any occupiable areas such as roof decks, as well as mechanical systems covering more than 1/3 of the roof area. This allows for buildings that are most likely to be built in this district, which is 6 stories, with additional zoning heights to allow for flexibility for things like roof decks or rooftop mechanicals, which is especially important for all-electric buildings. Next slide, please. So again, S36 allows buildings up to 6 stories. Just like S3, S36 allows a large mix of small and medium-scale commercial uses that promote activity, and active uses are required on the ground floor. In terms of mapping, S36 would be appropriate in active Main Street areas similar to S3, but where there is more sensitivity to height and where the city is less concerned with the need for rooftop amenity space or rooftop-mounted mechanical systems. Next slide, please. The next district this amendment adds is a 4-story commercial-oriented mixed-use district called the Shopping and Commercial Nodes District, or SC. It allows buildings to fill the width of the lot and has a small requirement for outdoor amenity space. It also allows a wide range of active and commercial uses, including on upper stories, to encourage commercial growth. Dwelling units are also conditional on the ground floor primary lot frontage to further encourage commercial and active uses. Next slide. To explain how SC compares to the existing Squares and Streets district, SC has most of the same dimensional requirements as S2, such as the same yards and floor plates, SC is just 1 story shorter and has a smaller outdoor amenity space requirement in comparison to S2. In terms of uses, SC allows a wider range of commercial uses in comparison to the existing smaller scale districts of S0, S1, and S2, and instead has use allowances more similar to S3 and S4. Next slide. Now to talk about the other use changes included in this amendment. Next slide, please. First, this amendment makes shelter facilities conditional instead of forbidden in S2, S3, S4, and S5. This means that this needed use can be created in these districts after a case-by-case review. The amendment also makes shelter facilities exempt from the active use requirements, which is already the case for civic uses, open space uses, and affordable housing. Next slide. Next, this amendment makes banks allowed on the ground floor instead of conditional in S3, S4, and S5. This allows more types of commercial uses in the Squares and Streets districts, including this use which is already present. We think this especially makes sense in these districts because the active use requirements in S3, S4, and S5 ensure that banks will not be the only use on the ground floor. Next slide. This amendment also makes large retail stores, which are between 10,000 and 50,000 square feet, allowed instead of conditional on upper stories in S4 and S5. This makes it easier to create multiple story retail in these larger scale districts, which is generally how large retail stores will occur in this context. Next slide. The last use change in this amendment is that we're proposing removing a rule which currently exists in S2 through S5 and requires that whenever there are commercial uses on the ground floor has to have a minimum height of 14 feet. This rule was created to ensure that new buildings can easily accommodate uses that need a higher ceiling height, such as restaurants. The reason we're proposing removing this rule is because it creates a potential barrier for new businesses trying to open in existing buildings if the existing floor height is less than 14 feet. For new buildings, this can also be accounted for in Article 80 design review. Next slide, please. This slide explains the main formatting updated included in this amendment, which is currently asterisks are used in the use table to indicate that a use has a use and performance standard in Article 26. Some use and performance standards apply to entire groups of uses, such as the limits on ground floor dwelling units. So this amendment removes these asterisks used for whole groups of uses so that they're only used for individual uses which have use and performance standards. Next slide. Lastly, this amendment just removes a typo which is in the definition of restaurant. Last slide. For public engagement, we had a 4-week comment period during which time we had a virtual public meeting and 5 office hour sessions. At the public meeting, interpreters were available in Spanish, Mandarin, Cantonese, Cape Verdean Creole, Haitian Creole, and Vietnamese. The executive summary was also translated into these 6 languages. We did not receive any official comment period, any official public comments during the comment period, but we did meet specifically with the Hyde Park residents who wrote the citizens petition, and they expressed their support for the amendments. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions from the board.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I'd like to just say that, again, I'm a big fan of Squares and Streets and our approach here, and I just really like to just commend you on even with the addition of these districts, still staying grounded in the principles of like simplicity and flexibility and really responding to what the reality of the variations that we have across like the city, but still not going back to such a uber specific zoning code that it becomes very difficult to use. So I'm not going to ask about the typo. Just how that got in there. No. But again, it just really shows the granularity and the care that you are taking with each one of these these Squares and Streets planning initiatives, and I can see us iterating and growing, and again responsible growth and amendments to the zoning code. I see it where we're going, so keep up the great work. If there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Item number 18, request authorization to adopt text amendments for Article 62 of the zoning code to specify the applicability of the maximum building heights proposed in Plan Charlestown 2023 to the area of PDA immediately south, PDA 1 immediately south of Austin Street. Christopher.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, board members, Director Shen, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Christopher Maskus. I am a Planner 1 on the zoning reform team, and this text amendment is the first item that I will be presenting at board. This amendment is largely based off of what we've seen in the Austin Street Lots project. Plan Charlestown in 2023 identified the Austin Street parking lots as a priority for development in the neighborhood. This was further highlighted by the Public Land for Public Good initiative as a key site for new mixed income housing as a use. Bunker Hill Community College further identified that they would not need these parking lots in the future. Finally, the parking lots can deliver on key Plan Charlestown development recommendations, including housing for all types of families and needed open space. Next slide, please. So, Plan Charlestown further outlined key goals for the Austin Street lot site seen in the picture on this slide. These goals included the creation of mixed income housing, including market rate, workforce, and deeply affordable housing units, maximizing publicly accessible open space, and creating space for sports practice, supporting Charlestown artists, especially through rehearsal and performance space creation, improvement of the Austin Street and Rutherford Avenue intersection, and to enhance the public realm and connection to Bunker Hill Community College and the North Bank Bridge within the project site. Next slide, please. So, Plan Charlestown proposes a height scheme as seen in the picture on this slide. North of Austin Street, Plan Charlestown proposed a stepped maximum height scheme from a 90-foot maximum closest to Rutherford Avenue to a 280-foot maximum closest to I-93. South of Austin Street, the Plan Charlestown proposes a consistent 150-foot maximum building height in the area between Rutherford Avenue and I-93 in PDA 1. Next slide, please. The Austin Street Lots PDA master plan in total proposes 790,000 square feet of gross floor area and up to 705 new dwelling units across 4 buildings on these sites. All heights are consistent with the proposed heights in Plan Charlestown, including up to 150 feet in later phases of construction. Next slide, please. PDA 1 in Article 62 of the zoning code currently specifies how this height scheme applies with the following bullet points. The 90-foot height limit shall apply only in the area south of Cambridge Street. The 150-foot height limit shall only apply to the area that is west of a line drawn parallel to and 200 feet west of Rutherford Avenue. And the 280-foot height limit shall only apply in the area that is west of a line drawn parallel to and 400 feet west of Rutherford Avenue. We identified a need for language that specifies how the 150-foot height limit applies in the area south of Austin Street in PDA 1. Next slide, please. The minor text amendment will impact Article 2, Section 20 of the zoning code. The following text amendment will read that the 150-foot height limit shall apply in the area that is north of Austin Street and west of a line drawn parallel to and 200 feet west of Rutherford Avenue, and in the area that is south of Austin Street. No other text changes are being brought forth through this amendment. Next slide, please. We've seen continued support for the heights proposed in Plan Charlestown and the heights that we have seen in the Austin Street Lots project. In Plan Charlestown, there were numerous public comments seen on this slide that support the heights, including high-density housing near 93 seems like a good solution for increasing housing for Boston without infringing on historic areas. We are in a housing crisis for renters, and it is hard to find land to build on, so the more we can support this, the better. And the line of larger buildings along the highway will help provide a buffer for the neighborhood. We also saw from the last BPDA board meeting on 10/16/25 that this project has strong support from IAG members, union workers, and Charlestown residents alike. Public comments further identified the need for the 150-foot height limit as a critical step for housing creation in Charlestown, especially affordable units. The building heights and creation of residential and retail space in this area were identified as a key step towards the activation and further development along Rutherford Avenue, and these 150-foot maximum building heights are a critical step for the Austin Street Lots PDA beyond Building B. Next slide, please. I would like to thank you guys for listening tonight, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Christopher. Questions or comments from the board? Again, great job in updating the zoning codes, aligning with the plan, listening and collecting feedback from all of the different stakeholders. This makes sense to me. So if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations, Christopher. You completed your first presentation to the board meeting. Bravo.
Thank you.
Item number 19, request authorization to grant permission to the director to sign the Municipal Planning Board notification form on behalf of the Boston Redevelopment Authority Board, signifying that they have been notified of the intention of Childs Engineering to file a Chapter 91 license application for the South Jetty in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park with the Department of Environmental Protection, and of the intention of the Rose Wharf Dock Extension to file a Chapter 91 license application with the Planning Department as a co-applicant with the Department of Environmental Protection. Ileana.
I'm gonna figure out how to make those board item names shorter. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am presenting to inform you of two projects seeking a Chapter 91 license pursuant to the Public Waterways Act. Part of said licensing process involves notifying the Municipal Planning Board or local equivalent of a project's application for a license. The first of these applications is for an amendment to an existing Chapter 91 license for repairs to the South Jetty in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park pursuant to the Public Waterways Act through the Commonwealth Department of Environmental Protection. The project at the South Jetty is expected to meet all stipulations set forth by the Code of Massachusetts regulations with respect to projects on tidelands serving a maritime industrial water-dependent use. Per the license application, the proposed project qualifies as marine-dependent industrial use, and under Chapter 91, as mooring dolphins are essential for the safe berthing of large displacement vessels and for facilitating offloading and onloading of operations in South Boston. This project last went before the BPDA board in October regarding the invitation for bids and the selection of Childs Engineering as the project contractor, and earlier tonight before the EDIC board also for selection of contractor and funding. Next slide, please. The second of these projects is for an extension to a dock at Rose Wharf to accommodate additional tourism and excursion vessels. The Boston Planning Department will serve as a co-applicant and co-licensee on the dock extension project license with the Rose Wharf Condominium Association. Per 310 CMR 9, the waterways regulations and the provisions of Chapter 91, development may not extend beyond the state harbor line as established by Chapter 232 of the Acts of 1873, unless the Boston Redevelopment Authority or similar agency serves as co-applicant on a project that fulfills the goals of the 4-Point Watershed Activation Plan. There are no obligations placed on the Boston Planning Department to fund or maintain the proposed structure. This is solely a project approval procedure for consistency with long-term planning for the 4-Point Channel and the surrounding watershed. The Boston Redevelopment Authority and Planning and Development Agency and Planning Department have served as co-applicants for similar projects, including dock projects at the Boston Children's Museum and the Channelside Floating Dock, which went before our board in May of 2025. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thanks, Ilana. Item number 20, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the construction of 44 to 46 Soldiers Field Place located in the Brighton neighborhood pursuant to Section C.4 of the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency and 1500 SFR LLC dated September 22nd, 2022. It's a certificate of completion, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Item number 21, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of construction of 401 Congress Street in South Boston waterfront neighborhood pursuant to Section 9.3 of the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and 10 World Trade Center LHI LLC dated March 4th, 2022. Certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Item number 22, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the construction of 2147 through 2153 Washington Street in the Roxbury neighborhood pursuant to Section C.5 of the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency and 2147 Master Developer LLC dated December 12th, 2021. Certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Item number 23, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the improvements on parcel A-1 in the Kittredge Square Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-167, located at 23 Highland Street pursuant to Section 304 of the Land Disposition Agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and 23 Highland LLC dated November 15th, 2021. Certificate of completion, no presentation. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Item number 24, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the improvements on parcel R-54C in the Charlestown Urban Renewal Area, project number Mass R-55, located at 9 Armory Street by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and Development Agency, or no, yeah, Boston Planning and Development Agency, and Kendrick LLC, dated November 12th, 2024. Certificate of completion, so there's no presentation. Motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Item number 25,
Madam Chair, I'm recusing.
please. And we'll hear more about the certificate of completions later in the director's remarks. So item number 25, request authorization to adopt an amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement for the Franklin Hill Phase 2A and 2B, Chapter 121A project, approving the transfer of a partnership interest in the project. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Secretary Polhamus and Director Shen. My name is John Spillane. I'm an attorney in the Office of General Counsel. Before you today is a request for authorization to approve an amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement for the Franklin Hills Phase 2A and 2B 121A project, approving a transfer of partnership interest in the project. Franklin Hills is a project located in Dorchester, which called for the demolition of an existing 366 units public housing and the construction of 350 new units of affordable rental and homeownership units. The project was to be developed in 2 phases over a 4-year period. To provide background, on January 10th, 2008, the BRA voted to adopt a report and decision for this phase of the project. Such vote was approved by the mayor on January 16th, 2008, filed with the clerk of the city of Boston on January 25th, 2008. By this report and decision, 2 legal entities, Trinity Franklin Hill Phase 2 Limited Partnership was created for Phase 2A of the proposed project, and Trinity Franklin Hill 4 Phase 2 Limited Partnership was created for Phase 2B of the proposed project. Together, they are known as the applicants, and they were designated as the Chapter 121A entities to undertake the project. On January 23rd, 2008, the applicants and the authority entered in 2 separate regulatory agreements, one for each respective phase. On October 3rd, 2025, the applicants filed with the authority an application titled Application for Approval to Transfer Partnership Interest Pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 121A. The application seeks the authority's approval to approve a transfer of the partnership interest and approve the new ownership structure. The applicants request approval of a transfer of 99.99% partnership interest from the applicants to Trinity Financial Asset LLC, an affiliate of the applicants. Transfer consideration of this partnership interest is $10 purchase price. This request is being made due to the expiration of the initial 15-year low-income housing tax credit compliance period, and as a result, the limited partners investment is requesting an exit to the project. All capital installments due from the investors' limited partnership has been received by the partnership. There is no change to the general partner of the partnership. The new limited partner, an affiliate of the general partner, will enter into an assignment and assumption agreement and step into the shoes of the investor limited partner. Aside from the structure of the transaction, aside from this change in the ownership structure, the transaction remains the same. The proposed amendment to the report and decision grants the requested approval. Incorporated in the amendment are the findings and determinations to authorize the applicant's assignment of those property interests to Trinity Financial Asset LLC in accordance with the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, Section 13 as amended. It is important to note the affordability restriction will remain in place and is unaffected. The General Counsel of the BPDA has determined that the changes set forth in the 121A application pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, do not collectively constitute a fundamental change. It is thus the recommendation of our staff to approve the 121A application, complete copy of which was provided, as it provides sufficient evidence for the BPDA to make the findings and determinations necessary to approve the transfer of the interest in Franklin Hills Phase 2A and 2B 121A projects under Mass General Laws, Chapter 652 of the Acts of 1960 as amended. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it, motion passes. Thank you, John. Okay, we can grab Ms. Bennett, but in time, I will read item number 26. Request authorization to adopt a second amendment to the report and decision on the Mattapan Heights 3 121A project, approving the transfer of a partnership interest in the project to Trinity Financial Asset LLC. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Secretary Polhemus and Director Shen. Again, my name is John Spillane. I'm an attorney at the Office of General Counsel. Before you today is a request for the authorization to approve a second amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement for the Mattapan Heights 3 121A project, approving a transfer of a partnership interest in the project. Mattapan Heights Phase 3 is the third phase of the revitalization of the former Boston Specialty and Rehabilitation Hospital campus, which involved the redevelopment of the currently vacant F building, the new construction of buildings 1 and 2 into 73 units of affordable housing, 100% of which will be affordable to households earning up to 60% of area median income. To provide background, on January 26, 2006, the BRA voted to adopt a report and decision for this phase of this project. Such vote was approved by the mayor on January 26, 2006, and the vote was filed with the clerk of the city of Boston on January 31, 2006. By this report and decision, Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Limited Partnership was designated as Chapter 121A entity to undertake this project. On November 29, 2006, Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Limited Partnership entered into a regulatory agreement for this project. On October 19, 2006, the authority voted to approve the First Amendment to the 128 project and the regulatory agreement for this project. The amendment approved the general partner of the owner, Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Incorporated, be replaced by Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 General Partnership LLC, of which Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Incorporated is the managing member. The amendment reflected the approval of the change in the ownership structure and was recorded with the First Amendment to the report and decision. And then on October 3rd, 2025, The applicant filed with the authority an application titled Application for Approval to Transfer Partnership Interest pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 121A. The application seeks the authority's approval for a second amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement to approve another transfer of partnership interest and approve the new ownership structure. Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Limited Partnership, who is the applicant, requests approval of the transfer of 99.99% limited partnership interest to Trinity Financial Asset LLC, an affiliate of Trinity Mattapan Heights 3 Limited Partnership. Transfer consideration of this partnership interest is $25,000 purchase price, plus any transaction cost not to exceed $3,000. This request is being made due to the expiration of the initial 15-year low-income housing tax credit compliance period, which as a result, the investor limited partnership is requesting to exit the project. All capital installments due from the investor limited partnership have been received by the partnership. There is no change to the general partner of the partnership. The new limited partner, an affiliate of the general partner, will enter into an assignment, an agreement contract, and step into the shoes of the investor limited partnership. Aside from this structure change, the transaction remains the same. The proposed amendment to the report and decision grants the requested approval. Incorporated in the amendment are the findings and determination to authorize the applicant's assignment of those partnership interests to Trinity Financial Asset LLC in accordance with the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, Section 13 as amended. It is important to note the affordable restriction will remain in place and will be unaffected. The General Counsel of the BPDA has determined that the changes set forth in the 121A application pursuant to the Mass General Laws do not constitute a fundamental change. Thus, it is recommendation of the staff to approve the 121A application, a copy of which was provided, as it provides sufficient evidence for the BPDA to make the finding and determinations necessary to approve the transfer of interest in the Mattapan Heights Phase 3 121A project under Mass General Law, Chapter 652 of the Acts of 1960 as amended. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Right, item number 27, request authorization to waive further review of the Boston College Institutional Master Plan notification form for their renewal and extension of their institutional master plan dated October 10th, 2025, and approve the renewal of the Boston College Institutional Master Plan pursuant to Section 80D-5.2E, Section 80D-6, and Section 80D-8 of the zoning code, and to take all related actions. Nick.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Shen. I'm here this evening to present the 2-year extension and renewal of Boston College's institutional master plan with no changes. This extension will help provide BC flexibility as it welcomes their new president and navigate challenges faced by the higher education sector. On October 10th, 2025, the proponent filed an institutional master plan project notification form for the proposed renewal and extension pursuant to 80D of the code. Since this is an extension with no changes, a public meeting was available upon request, although none was requested. BC elected to hold a voluntary task force meeting on October 30th, 2025. The public comment period ended on November 10th. This concludes the presentation from this item, and the BC team is available to take any questions you might have.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thanks, Nick. All right, item number 28. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 24 residential homeownership units, including 3 IDP units and 25 car parking spaces located at 157 Granite Avenue, and to enter into an affordable housing agreement and to take all related actions. Zoe.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Shen. My name is Zoe Duvall. I'm a project manager in the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. We are here before you today to discuss the proposed Article 80E small project located at 157 Granite Avenue in Dorchester. The proposed project consists of a new 5-story mixed-use building, or residential building, at 157 Granite Avenue on a currently vacant lot in Dorchester Cedar Grove Adams Village neighborhood.
The new building would contain approximately 45,600 gross square feet, consisting of 24 residential condominium home ownership units, 25 garage parking spaces, and 26 bike parking spaces. The proponent filed a small project review application on September 30th, 2024. The Planning Department hosted 2 virtual public meetings, which were held on December 9th, 2024 and October 20th, 2025, which were advertised in the local newspapers and posted on the Planning Department website with notification emails sent to all subscribers of the Dorchester Neighborhood Update List. The extended public comment period for this project ended on October 31st. I will now turn it over to my colleague Michelle to present the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Michelle Yee, and I'm the Planning Review Team Planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed project at 157 Granite Avenue is located in the Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District within a 1F 5,000 subdistrict. Portions of this site are also located within the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, or CFROD. This land was formerly part of the Cedar Grove Cemetery, and the proposed multifamily residential building aligns well with the built environment of this portion of Granite Avenue, which currently contains a multifamily residential building and a commercial building. This area is also well serviced by transportation, as it is accessible to the MBTA Cedar Grove Red Line Station and to multiple MBTA bus routes, including the 201 and 202. Next slide, please. Within this figure, the proposed project is compared to what is allowed under current zoning. The pink highlights the maximum height and setbacks, and as you can see, while the proposed project could build out to the area shown in pink, zoning relief is recommended because the proposed height and density better reflects the existing built environment. Additionally, the proposed project design has evolved to mitigate impact on the abutting Cedar Grove Cemetery, as the upper rear levels will step back to reduce the visual impact. The project will also bring several public realm improvements, including the reconstruction of the crosswalk and curb ramps at the Granite Avenue and Hilltop Street intersection. While this intersection will continue to be reviewed at the Planning Department in collaboration with BTD and PIC, the crosswalk will remain south of the new proposed driveway, and all related review and approval of appropriate improvements to traffic lights, signal sequence changes, and signage installation will continue to be reviewed. This project will also undergo Parks Design Review as part of Ordinance 7.4-11 due to its proximity to the Neponset River Reservation. Thank you, and now I'll turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Rojas, board members, Secretary Polimas, Director Shen. My name is George Moranci. I'm the attorney for the project. I represent Dennis Cohane, who is behind me. We're excited about this project. The project architect is Cheryl Tagaya. She is online. I will turn it over to her in a moment as I allow her to get ready and get set up. I'll just give a brief background on the project. Dennis purchased the site from the Cedar Grove Cemetery in 2017, at that time recognizing its potential. That was a good deal for both parties, as it was allowed to enable the Cedar Grove Cemetery to get some much-needed funding when he purchased the property. Since that time, Dennis has been examining it, looking at the zoning code, looking at the housing needs of the city, working with me for several years to come up with the right project. We filed this last year, and we think it has gone through a fairly smooth community process. Before I turn it over to Cheryl, I will say that the one zoning matter that might stick out is the height, 5 stories. There have been some comments, public comments on that, and maybe board members have heard about that. That owes to the fact that the site is substantially covered by ledge. So this is literally one of those matters which are few and far between, where there is a topographical hardship contingent, that makes the development contingent upon addressing that. Because minimal rock removal will be done, minimal ledge removal, and it will all be done without blasting. But it did necessitate having a bit more verticality to the project in order to make this a profitable project, to add much-needed dwelling units in a really great location in Dorchester, which is convenient to 93 and to the city of Boston and downtown and everything that the city has to offer. With that, I'm going to defer to Cheryl. I see that she's ready for the design presentation, and then we'll be happy to take any questions from the board.
Good evening, and thank you, George, for the introduction. I'm Cheryl Tugayas, a principal with Spalding Tugayas Architects in Boston. If you could go to the next slide, please. You can see the project site noted here and has already been described for you, but we would like to highlight the uses to the north and to the south. The north is a condominium property, and then to the south is a commercial development. To the east is the Neponset Park, and to the west is a Cedar Grove Cemetery. Next, please. You can see the boundary of the property with the red line and our first floor plan inserted here. The access to the parking is at the intersection with Hilltop Street and Granite Ave, so at the north of this plan diagram. That crosswalk that you see in this image is the existing crosswalk, and that will be relocated as part of this project. Next slide, please. This shows that relocated sidewalk as well as the proposed driveway, which is adjacent to the existing driveway for the condominium development. This has been a subject of a lot of discussion with the BPDA staff as well as with Transportation Department. And at the moment, it is contemplated that there will be some signalization changes at this intersection to allow for safe egress and ingress into this site, as well as safe pedestrian crossings. Next slide, please. The ground floor plan shows that, that access to the vehicle parking, which is fully contained within the building. Given this location on Granite Ave, there's also a place at the back side of that driveway for pickup and drop off. The main pedestrian entrance is directly on off of the sidewalk on Granite Ave, as can be seen on the upper right section. And then direct access to the bicycle storage room is towards the south, again, directly from the sidewalk on Granite Ave. The lobby and bike room constitute the primary active uses at this level, and it's partially below grade given the ledge on the site. Next slide, please. This shows a landscape plan, and you can see in the gray the ledge, which we are incorporating into the design, so the building will be as disruptive, the least disruptive as possible to that granite ledge, and then we will be adding street trees and additional landscaping to fill in. Next slide, please. This shows the Granite Ave elevation, and you can see the building rising out of that ledge with a stone base, and then the bulk of the rest of the facade material is composed of brick with a standing seam roof, and then highlights of a warmer tone of wood at the entrance, as you can see on the right. Next slide, please. This would be the south-facing elevation, which faces the commercial building. Again, the same palette of materials throughout the building. The standing seam roof material makes its way down to break up the scale of the massing, as you can see in this elevation. The next slide, please. And then this is the elevation that faces the Cedar Grove Cemetery. So this is where we work to articulate the massing and step the building back to have a lesser shadow impact on the cemetery. Next, please. And then this elevation is showing what would be viewed from the north, and the vehicle entrance and the Granite Avenue would be on the left. Next slide, please. This is Granite Ave today as coming from the south heading north, and the next slide will show as proposed with this building. That is the end of our presentation, and we are happy to take questions.
Okay, great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I just want to say and recognize, one, I'm a frequenter of Neponset Park, and this is my preferred exit on Granite off of 93. But just a good collaboration and decision-making that I saw here in reviewing this project and the materials of, you know, working with the ledge that is already there, right? It's granite for a reason. And giving on some of the height restrictions, right, and in accordance with that. So I'm sure there were a lot of discussions, right, that went into kind of this particular design, but one that I felt was just really took into consideration both the topography and also the needs of housing and density and the promise for this site and all that it is going to bring to hopefully new neighborhood residents, and appreciate also the diligence in the crosswalk there and confirmation that collaboration with all the different departments as well to design something that makes sense for the future neighbors, but also our existing.
Yeah, so it's a tricky intersection.
It's tricky. It's a tricky one.
And what our response has been to consistent comments through community process is that this project has actually shown a light onto that issue with that particular intersection in a way that hadn't happened before. So there are a lot of professional eyes focused on that now to resolving that and improving the intersection and how the intersection works. Yes, as a consequence of this project, but as a benefit, to just general traffic flow and everybody who lives in the area and commutes through the area, because it's been an existing problem, but it's finally being addressed.
Yeah, totally. So really exciting to see this part of our city growing. So if there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, so we are at the 5:30 mark. We are going to take a brief break before the next hearing.
Our next hearing starts at 5:40.
Starts at 5:40. So we'll return back at 5:40 to start the public hearing. Thank you. Phone on. Okay, greetings. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. So we're going to now start the public hearing portion of the agenda. We have Dr. Landsbark and Mr. O'Malley have recused themselves from the item, so it's just going to be the three of us for it. So this here is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Articles 80A-2, 80B-5.3, and 80D-5.4C2 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed 2025 through 2035 Northeastern University Institutional Master Plan and the 262 St. Botolph Street Multipurpose Athletic Facility Project in the Fenway neighborhood as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on October 30th, 2025 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by the members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify via Zoom, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. If you are planning to testify in person in the boardroom, please line up behind the podium after the presentation has concluded, and we will call on you. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes of rebuttal if they desire. If there's anyone in the audience who's recording this meeting, please identify yourself now. Okay, seeing none. Quinn, let's begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Shen. The proposal before you is for a new 10-year institutional master plan for Northeastern University and an 80B large project approval for the new multi-purpose arena facility where Matthews Arena stands today on the Northeastern campus. The proposed IMP contains 8 proposed institutional projects totaling approximately 2.3 million square feet and includes over 1,900 new dorm beds, major athletics and student recreation facilities, and academic and research space to prepare a 21st century workforce. After 2 years of working on this master plan with Northeastern, task force and community members, and our partners in city government, I'm proud of where we've landed. Multiple stakeholders have come together through this process and arrived at meaningful agreements on critical issues like student housing. I strongly believe that the new accountability mechanisms laid out in the board memo provide a strong and collaborative framework for reducing the impacts of off-campus student housing while still retaining the flexibility for Northeastern to adapt to the headwinds facing higher education today. These student housing tools include calibrating through the planning process the number of new dorm beds in the IMP to stay level with or exceed forecasted student growth over the IMP term, a commitment to pursue 1,000 new dorm beds within the first 5 years of the IMP, and requiring the university present new mitigation measures to the city and BPDA board should their number of off-campus students grow in the later years of the IMP. The IMP is accompanied by a significant mitigation and community benefits package, highlighted by a $10 million commitment to a housing stabilization fund for communities impacted by the university's off-campus housing footprint, $20 million in operating costs for an economic development center on the ground floor of the new 840 Columbus Avenue dorm building, currently under construction and slated to open in 2028, and significant commitments to the Carter Playground and fields, including over $20 million in maintenance costs and improved access hours for community residents. I want to specifically highlight the Housing Stabilization Fund, which represents a continuing commitment by the university to make a meaningful investment in addressing the impacts most directly felt by the surrounding community. Through a strong partnership with the Northeastern University Task Force, we're able to prioritize this fund as a flagship benefit of the IMP. The arena project will be a 310,000 square foot facility with turf and basketball practice space, weight rooms, and meeting rooms. The plans for this facility will include the preservation of elements of the historic existing building, extensive public realm improvements to surrounding streets, and $1.5 million commitment to additional transportation and infrastructure improvements, and over $6 million in total linkage funds. 7 total task force and public meetings were held by the Boston Planning Department between June 2024 and today, and all were advertised online and in local publications and well attended. I want to thank our team here at the Planning Department and the members of the Northeastern Task Force for their time and efforts spent in the review of this project. As the final picture for the IMP and its benefits came into focus in recent weeks, I appreciated the thoughtful consideration given by the task force and the support we heard from those folks for this final agreement. I'd also like to note the board members should be in receipt of a letter of support from District City Council Sharon Durkin. I now hand it over to my colleague Ella Wise to discuss the planning context considered in the review of this IMP before the Northeastern team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Quinn. Good evening, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the senior planner on this project. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, you can go to the previous slide. So first, it looks like my slides are missing, but that's okay. The existing 2013 IMP provides the planning and zoning context. Notably, the existing IMP, and Quinn touched on this, the existing IMP established goals for providing student housing on campus that informed the proposed IMP in numerous ways. So he spoke about some of them regarding mitigation and community benefits, but also influenced the development of the proposed institutional projects. So the university originally proposed academic uses for the redevelopment of the Bernstein-Rubenstein site, which is along Huntington Avenue, and I'm sure you'll see later, or you can see on this slide towards slide left, page left. But it was originally proposed for academic uses, and that shifted to residential uses over the course of Article 80. Again, the 2013 IMP providing that planning framework. In addition, the planning context includes the 2015 Avenue of the Arts design guidelines. So those design guidelines recommended height, massing, and public realm improvements along Huntington Avenue to manage shadow and other environmental impacts, and also to improve the multimodal corridor along Huntington. So the proposed projects along Huntington, I want to speak to how those design guidelines were applied. The proposed projects aren't identical to the massing imagined in those guidelines, but they're guidelines, they aren't zoning, but the IMP was certainly informed by those guidelines. So for example, on the Cabot site, the guidelines include variation between the three buildings of the Cabot site, different variations in height, and that wasn't exactly mimicked, but the height was reduced in that site, and importantly, a 30-foot setback for the public realm sidewalk along Huntington was maintained. So the design guidelines influenced the IMP, and then the IMP specifically encodes setbacks, height, and stepbacks to ensure that those thoughtful massing and dimensions are codified in zoning through the IMP zoning overlay. Finally, the IMP and the project are consistent with the city's transportation policies, so bike parking, complete streets. Specifically, the arena was really designed with an emphasis on walkability and bikeability and multimodal access in the new public realm. With that, I'll hand it to the proponent. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn, and thank you, Ella, and good evening, Director Shen, Secretary Polhemus, Chair Rojas, Vice Chair Shepard, and Treasurer Bennett. I also want to extend our deepest thanks to Quinn and to Napur Marani, as well as Mike Firestone and Stephen Chan, and of course Mayor Wu and all city staff who have been instrumental in guiding us through this master plan process and working alongside our dedicated and diligent task force. Thank you once again to Councilor Durkin, other elected officials, labor, community partners, and of course our Community Advisory Board who have been engaged and thoughtful throughout this journey. Finally, I'd like to express our deepest gratitude to our numerous colleagues from Northeastern University, from across the board, many of whom are here in the audience tonight. Particularly, I want to shout out to Corey Berg, who is not here tonight. She's kind of the architect of this whole thing from the beginning. She's out on maternity leave. She's a new mom, mom to Gavin, and Gavin is already committed to working on our master plan in 2055. For the record, my name is John Tobin. I'm the VP of City and Community Engagement at Northeastern, and of course, I'm here on behalf of Northeastern. We sincerely appreciate the opportunity to present our institutional master plan to this board. We recognize the critical role you all play in shaping Boston's future through your oversight of development review, planning studies, and rezoning initiatives. And we're extremely grateful for the extensive community vetting process that has brought us to this point. No great projects or IMPs can ever be done without the input of community, and not just talking to community, but more importantly, listening to community. And I think all of us across the board have demonstrated that, and there's a great trust there that exists. The work we're presenting tonight reflects the culmination of countless hours of community input, stakeholder collaboration, and thoughtful planning. We have been most fortunate to work with dedicated city staff, engaged neighbors, and committed partners who have helped shape a vision that we believe serves both our institution, our neighborhoods, and Boston as a whole. With that, I'd like to turn things over to my friend and colleague, Victoria Abelina, the Associate VP of Northeastern's Planning Real Estate Facilities Team, who will walk you through the details of institutional master plan presentation. Victoria will then introduce our Chief of Campus Planning, Kathy Spiegelman, who will walk us through the first project planned as part of our new IMP. And following these presentations, we obviously look forward to board's questions and comments, and thank you in advance for your support. Victoria?
Thank you, John. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polimas. My name is Victoria Abelina, and I'm an Associate VP for Campus Planning and Design at Northeastern. Could you please go to the previous slide? We're a little out of order. We're here to present our 10-year institutional master plan. Thank you, Ella, for the introduction, and thank you, Quinn. The plan provides planning and zoning framework for shaping Northeastern's Boston campus through renovation and redevelopment of older and underutilized sites within our campus boundaries. We do not anticipate acquisition of other land as part of this expansion. Northeastern's campus spans 5 neighborhoods: Back Bay, Fenway, Mission Hill, Roxbury, and South End. Next slide, please. Our location between Southwest Corridor and Back Bay Fence means we serve as a connective landscape for Boston and a nexus of these 5 neighborhoods. Arboretum is a key strategy for these connections. We own or lease over 100 buildings, totaling about 8.8 million square feet across 67 acres, and we take pride in stewardship of the landscape and the buildings. Our IMP meets our academic and student life needs, and while remaining respectful and responsive to our rich urban context. Next slide, please. Over 2 years, we engaged extensively with local residents, student groups, neighborhood groups, elected officials, business leaders, and our IMP task force. We held 7 public and task force meetings, 9 Boston Civic Design Commission meetings, and work sessions, and numerous discussions and work sessions with city staff. Next slide, please. The plan is guided by 5 principles: community and connection, where we connect. I apologize for the out of order, but the focus is on connecting local and campus communities through a physical environment, flexibility and agility, where we support mobility across our global network. We promote multidisciplinary research and experiential learning, foster a welcoming environment for all, and finally, lead in sustainability and address the climate change. Next slide, please. 3 integrated strategies shape our campus design. Experiential learning, which focuses on dynamic mixed-use environments, supporting academic hubs and campus life. Sustainable and resilient public realm, which focuses on connected campus landscapes, serving as a nexus for Boston's communities and natural systems, and the campus within the city. Seamless integration with Boston, with edges, serving and supporting our neighbors. Next slide. These 2 slides will show the same information, but in 2 different vantage points. We're proposing 8 redevelopment sites, totaling approximately 2.5 million gross square feet, 4 sites were previously approved in the 2013 IMP, and others are new additions. Sites were selected for redevelopment capacity, locational synergies, transformational potential, and finally, capital renewal opportunities. Next slide, please. This is a different view. Each individual project is outlined in your board memo and the IMP that can be accessed on Boston Planning Department's website. Next slide, please. As Ella mentioned, urban design guidelines guided by the Huntington Avenue and BCDC feedback and other guidelines that were developed in the city of Boston guided a lot of the development of each site. And working with the planning department and BCDC, we established urban design guidelines to shape future development of our architecturally rich campus. This diagram shows considerations for one of the development sites that includes 262 St. Botolph Street, which is the project that Kathy Spiegelman will present shortly. And we have developed these series of diagrams and guidelines and considerations for every site in the IMP. Next slide, please. In partnership with our IMP task force, planning department, mayor's office, and city agencies, we developed an extensive community benefits package and organized in 5 categories: community and neighborhood stabilization, campus access, educational attainment, economic, mobility and workforce development, and infrastructure investment. For more detail on all of these benefits, you could reference the board memo that is public or our IMP, Chapter 6. In closing, I'd like to thank our consultants, Sasaki Associates, Epsilon Associates, and Howard Stein Hudson, as well as, and more importantly, our Northeastern community and students that have spent time and a lot of consideration in shaping this plan. I'll now hand it over to Kathy Spiegelman, our Vice President and Chief of Planning, Real Estate, and Facilities, to share our plan for 262 St. Botolph. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Polimis, thank you for hearing our presentation on our institutional master plan for the upcoming 10 years. And I hope in the few slides that I'll share with you before we get into questions and comments, you will see that the first project, Article 80 project, that's a part of this plan, does reflect the principles that Victoria Abelina just described, as well as our commitment to activities for the public realm and for members of all the members of our campus community, as well as members of the Boston community that share this wonderful city and this part of the city with us. Next slide, please. So as in the template that the agency provides to us and that we fulfill, that Victoria just showed for the master plan, for this project in particular, we will be contributing linkage payments for housing, linkage payments for jobs, approximately 350 construction jobs that will be required to actually build this project, reuse of the historical arch, which I'll mention a little bit later, which was an important part of our negotiations and discussion, both with the community as well as with landmarks about the historic nature and nostalgia of the Matthews Arena building as it exists today. It also will be the home for community events and programs and high school graduations, polling places, all sorts of things that having a space like this in this part of the city gives us an opportunity to provide. And from a sustainability point of view, it is a project that we have already begun the geothermal heat pump wells that will not only serve this project, but also are the beginning of an energy micro-district for the rest of the campus, which is very exciting for us and has been great to work with the city on it. Next slide, please. So in case you don't know, and I hope you do, where Matthews Arena is, I hope you've been to something there, hopefully a Northeastern hockey game, but if not, one of the wonderful community events that we sponsor in this location. And I hope you will actually come to the new arena building facility when it's developed. It is right at the edge of our campus to the east. And so it's very important in the way we've worked with our partners at the city and our partners within Northeastern and our partners on the task force to think about how this building can contribute to the fact that we are right on the edge of the T and by the Mass Ave T stop. We're across from New England Conservatory, so we're in a shared institutional area that goes over to Huntington Avenue. And the eastern end of our campus, which in our master plan is proposed to have transformation because it has a number of buildings that actually require massive investment or replacement, which is what we'll be looking at over the next 10 years. Next slide, please. So hopefully you're familiar with the building. At a minimum, you're probably familiar with the entrance to the building, which has that lovely terracotta arch. Hopefully you've been inside of it at some point or another. But there is a lot of history and a lot of nostalgia for a building that just cannot remain because of its physical conditions, in particular the structure underground that supports the building that cannot support it any longer. Next slide, please. So the planning context, which Victoria just reviewed, and I'm going to drop this project into it, is the eastern end of the campus, where the plan is to think about the landscape and the streetscape and transportation and pedestrian and bicycle use all around, not just the building, but how the building fits into its context. Next slide. Okay, this is what it looks like now. Next slide. Victoria also already showed you this picture, so I'm going to show you some pictures of the building as designed. Next slide, please. Just to orient you, loading will be in the alley so that it does not conflict with pedestrian circulation, which we hope there will be a lot of activity around the site. Next slide. So here it is being approached from Mass Avenue. You can see it is not red brick, but it is brick. It is iron manganese brick, selected especially because of its texture and shimmer in different light conditions. Next slide. As you get closer, you can see the arch, which is proposed to be reconstructed, basically in the same location where it is in the building today. Next slide. And then all along St. Botolph, there's going to be activity, there's going to be things that tell the history of the building, which is actually not just a northeastern history, it's a history we share with the city teams and others who have come to the building and used it over time. Next slide. Here's the main entry where the glass and multi-story is intended to have the activity inside the building be perceived and animate the streetscape outside. Next slide. And here's the building looking at it coming from our campus, where most of our students will approach it. This is the main entry where there's room for queuing, and there's also an entry for recreation. Next slide. So here is just a reminder of the kinds of things that we do with this, having such a wonderful space in this location. Next slide. And here's the way that we use the actual arena space is not just for athletics. It's also for us, it's for graduation, convocation, and then high school graduations and many of the other things that require a large place of assembly. Next slide. Okay, so now we're back to your list of, well, how does this project fit into what the city is looking for? And I won't reread it to you. I will just say thank you for your time. We're very excited about having gone through this process. I won't rename all of the people who helped us, but here we are at the board helping us yet again to move forward with our campus master plan and this first Article 80 project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing. So we are going to take public testimony first. So if you'd like to testify in person, please step up to the podium. announce your name, your affiliation, your position on the proposed project, and then, yeah, we can go from there.
And if there's anybody online, make sure you raise your virtual hand. All right, I'll start with folks online. Kelly Brilliant, you can unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Kelly.
Hi, I'm Kelly Brilliant, co-executive director of the Fenway Alliance, and on behalf of the 22 institutions of the Fenway Alliance, we enthusiastically endorse Northeastern's master plan. You've heard about the community benefits. I'll just point out a few that, I feel are very important to us as community members at the Alliance. Obviously, the 10 million contribution in a housing stability fund. I think calling it housing stability is a really smart strategic move because affordable housing can be rather narrow definition, so the stability makes a lot of sense. We also want to say that we really love the streetscape improvements Northeastern is doing for their athletic facility. The Fenway Alliance is manager of the Fenway Cultural District, so that corner where NEC, Northeastern, and Huntington Theater all meet, and which is very close to the BSO, is important to us. And we love that they're continuing the tradition that NEC set by improving that Gainsborough streetscape with some trees and some pedestrian amenities. We also like the greening of that building, obviously, and the sensitivity to the Avenue of the Arts guidelines, and I'm very happy the young woman spoke about those. Those are important to the Fenway Alliance. We want to add, as a member of the Fenway Alliance, Northeastern also takes on the greening of Huntington Avenue, and they are the biggest contributors of all our members and paying into that fund that keeps the trees alive, the grass, and we just did a walkthrough. There'll be even more improvements to that, but they're really keeping that greening of the avenue healthy, so we applaud them for those efforts. I need to wrap it up, but we heartily endorse this proposal, and we urge you to vote favorably. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. Adam Sarbaugh, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Adam Sarbaugh, Mission Hill resident, board member of Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services with our executive director, Pat Flaherty, sitting on the task force. As the board, we are coming to speak before you in strong support of the proposal. I think Kelly hit it very well, talking about the housing stabilization contribution and the flexibility that, and listening, as John Tobin earlier had spoken, the collaboration, the flexibility of the housing stabilization contributions and ways to ensure that that's utilized effectively and efficiently. The board wants to also point out the extended commitment to grow the MWBE and local business goals that was set forth in the 2013 IMP, and that those are getting extended. So there's a positive with that, as well as the co-op service as part of the mitigation to helping the community in the surrounding areas. I'm going through my notes that I have from my director, and I think that those are all of them, but as a Mission Hill resident, on a side note, I do want to say, and I applaud Mission Hill, the Arboretum that Northeastern helped Mission Hill recently create as a side note. So I applaud and want to thank Northeastern on my own personal behalf for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Hector Rivera, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening. Good presentation. So my name is Hector Rivera, and I'm a business rep with the Carpenters Union. And on behalf of hundreds of union carpenters who live in the city, we are in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Hector. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, members of the board, Madam Chair, for facilitating these important discussions, planning, all the great work that goes in the process. I think it's crucially important. My name is Shaitan Green. I am a business agent with the Boston Building Trades Unions. We represent tens of thousands of members and families who live, work, and support families right here in this neighborhood. I myself, I grew up in the South End. Was raised in the South End. Often I'm frequent flyer around this area. My high school graduation was inside Matthews Arena, as well as, you know, Mayor's Youth Summits and such like that. So it really is a project that is dear to the heart. I'm actually a little jealous that as a construction worker, I myself won't be able to, you know, build this, but being part of the task force, really having my voice heard and representing the community, the building trade supports this awesome project. I think a great benefit is when residents and students can interact. It's a really, really awesome thing. So this really is a project that uplifts in so many different ways. Thank you to John Tobin as well, the whole Northeastern team. It's just been great planning and putting the work into what is going to be a great project. So thank you.
Thank you, Shatan. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project, either on Zoom or in the room? Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to questions or comments from the board. Any questions or comments?
Through the chair, I'd like to thank Northeastern's team for everything you've done. I'm definitely happy to hear about the community engagement. Myself, growing up in Mission Hill, I've seen tremendous strides in a better direction between the neighborhood and Northeastern, which is great. Northeastern, you also share a lot of the area with a lot of other colleges, so the impact on the community, you know, it could be tough and challenging, but I'm glad you guys did a lot of work with the community. I have a question about the architectural side of it. The brick, is that panelized brick? Wow. Bricklayers are going to be very happy. There's not too many brick buildings going up like that anymore. So it's a very beautiful building. And yes, I've been to the old Matthews Arena and I will miss it, but this is a definitely beautiful.
Multi-purpose activities.
You'll see me there. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, just to echo some of Raheem's comment, I mean, I think the building is beautiful. Obviously, the master plan, I'm sure, was a massive effort. It was great to see, you know, we get all the comments in our board package, and also to hear those comments tonight in support, and kudos around the process. It must have been a good one, given sort of what we were witnessing tonight. Super excited about the geothermal. I think that's incredible and great to hear. And the MWBE commitment. I mean, I think that's really critical, given Northeastern's purchasing power and you know, the engine that you are, the economic engine that you are, not just in the neighborhood, but throughout the city and region. So, thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure it was through the mic that we were thanking you very much.
Great. Yeah, so I do have some questions and things that I think are important to, you know, to highlight. This is a 500+ page thing, so it's a lot to get through that's condensed into these, you know, a very short time frame. But I think I, you know, wouldn't be doing my oversight responsibility if I didn't ask some of the probably more, you know, concerns, right, that we have had over the time. Regarding you know, and I appreciate that you recognize the responsibility that you have to steward this very large swath of land that impacts so many of our neighborhoods. So can you talk to me a little bit about kind of about enrollment, the vision that you have for building more student housing, and incorporating that into this plan, and, you know, how you arrived to some of these accountability mechanisms? Can you just talk about those more, about what are some of the controls that we have put into place to monitor and oversee, right, the growth of the student population, and then how we're all kind of, you know, doing that responsibly and together?
So as the board probably knows, we every year have an accountability report where we report on enrollment. The master plan proposes actually modest growth in undergraduate enrollment and more growth in graduate students who frequently don't live in the city of Boston, but when they do, they're usually working adults as opposed to 18 to 21-year-olds. We did in August break ground, finally, for 840 Columbus, which is a dorm like the one we built on Columbus Avenue with a development partner. And so our model for doing housing on the sites that are in our master plan will be subject to making agreements with student housing developers who know how to build it, who know how to be able to get the financing for it, which American Campus Communities did for Lightview and now 840. And so we've identified the sites where we think that's going to be most promising to construct more housing. Our agreement with the city, because we can't totally control the economics, and as you probably are aware, higher education is at an inflection point right now. Many schools are not seeing applications and enrollment numbers. That is not a problem at Northeastern right now. So what we want to do is be smart about not only putting money into housing stabilization so that we're funding what the city and nonprofits can do in the community housing, but also try and get development plans for sites that increase the number of students we can house on campus. I don't think it's a process that will end at the approval of the master plan. And I'm assuming that every year when we submit our accountability report to the city, we will open up that conversation about how much progress have we made and what are the challenges that in partnership with the city we might be able to make some progress on not having our students be a negative in the community. We very much are working in every way for them to be positive part of the city of Boston population.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Madam Chair, if I could jump
please,
in there
yeah.
as well. Thanks, Kathy. I just wanted to also highlight the process that we worked with Northeastern on that was referenced in the board memo and briefly in my remarks. The component that this board would actually be involved in is that accountability piece that we talked about, where Northeastern's agreed to come in should there be any unexpected growth that they haven't accounted for in their off-campus enrollment or off-campus students, that they would come back with a mitigation plan and present it in a public hearing to this board before members of the community. So it's, it's a collaborative effort to find a solution to make sure that these communities aren't overly impacted.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you. And I just, again, really highlight to appreciate, the work and the negotiation that came with, actually creating these accountability mechanisms. I know these are difficult conversations, but I think this sets a really good precedence, right, for our ongoing and working relationship between our universities that are so much a part of who we are as a city of Boston. Such a big fan of Northeastern and the co-op program and all that you contribute to our economy, to our communities, and everything. But having these mechanisms in place and holding ourselves accountable as an agency and as universities, I'm just really pleased to see that be formally put into place so that we can have these conversations and make adjustments where we need to. Other than that, I also want to take a moment to thank the task force. I know this is a strong, mighty, involved task force that dedicate a lot of their time and just show such great care and diligence in helping us to come to a 500 plus page plan. Obviously, it was just a lot of reading, but just such really great work in there and visionary work and planning that I think really exemplifies the type of relationship that Northeastern has with the city of Boston. So I just want to recognize everything that went into that, and knowing that the task force, you make a really big impact in getting us to where we got today. So with that, if there are no other further questions or comments, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring back in our.
My name is he's in Hawaii. Yeah. He's in Hawaii.
Okay. Let the room clear. Get our friends back in here.
Yeah, I know, it was a long one.
Plenty more to go.
Thank you. Yeah. Very nice to see you. Good to see you. Great.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah, that was a long one. Long enough, but. What do we have, 78 minutes left?
I know. I just told my wife, Teresa was wrong. I'm not getting home by 8 o'clock.
All right, if we could just clear the room a little bit. If you want to just clear the room, I got to move on to item number 29. If we can just do the
Get him out of here, Brigida.
item number 29. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B of the zoning code for the proposed construction of a new Boston Public Library branch and 33 fully affordable residential homeownership units located at 555 through 559 Columbia Road, and to enter into an affordable housing agreement and cooperation agreement to take all related actions. Camille.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Paulimas, and Director Shen. My name is Camille Platt-DaCosta. I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Division at the Planning Department. Tonight, we're here to present the Article 80B large project located at 555 to 559 Columbia Road in Dorchester. The proposed project consists of a new 5-story mixed-use structure with the bottom 2 floors occupied by a Boston Public Library branch with approximately 18,000 square feet of space, with the upper 3 floors containing 33 income-restricted workforce residential homeownership units. The site is owned by the BPDA and was tentatively designated after thorough review in April of 2023 to Civico Development to develop the project. The current site consists of a parking lot with 17 spaces and a 2-story masonry building built in 1915 for the Dorchester Trust Company. The proponent filed a letter of intent on August 22nd of 2024, and a project notification form was filed on September 19th of 2024. The Planning Department hosted 2 virtual public meetings, which were held first on October 16th of 2024, and the second recently on October 30th of 2025. Both were advertised in the local newspapers and posted on the Planning Department website with notification emails sent out to our subscriber list. The public comment period for this project ended on October 21st of 2024, and I'll now turn over to my colleague Ford to present the planning context before the development team takes over. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Camille. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Paulimas, and members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the planning reviewer assigned to this project. The site is currently home to the Dorchester Trust Company, the Trust Company building and its parking lot. It is bounded by the Columbia Road to the northwest, Cushing Avenue to the northeast, a residential building and the historic Strand Theater to the southeast, and the Upham's Corner Health Center and Post Office to the southwest. The proposed project is located within the Upham's Corner Art and Innovation District. This district is the product of several planning processes, including the Upham's Corner implementation process and the Upham's Corner Station Area Plan of the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative. I'm going to go off script for a second here to mention that this is actually the second Upham's Corner implementation process project that we've seen tonight, the first one being the Artist Live Workstation. And I think these projects just really serve to highlight that when community involves, we produce really great projects, proponents produce really great projects, and so I just wanted to highlight that for you guys. Next slide, please. A primary goal of the planning processes is the promotion of economic development without displacement. While the proposed project is slightly larger in scale than the existing context in which it is located, the Upham's Corner Arts and Innovation District Plan does not provide dimensional guidelines. The design will instead reinforce the surrounding neighborhood through preservation of the 555 Columbia Road facade and use of complementary materials. The overall program combines new community space, investments on city-owned lot, and creating income-restricted units in a manner that is consistent with the primary planning goals, including preventing residential displacement. Thank you, and I will now turn over to the proponent to explain more detail.
Thanks.
Next slide, please. Good evening. My name is Taylor Bearden. I am a partner at Civico Development, the project proponent for 555 to 559 Columbia Road in Dorchester. As you can see from the plan view here, the image highlighting the property in pink, we are contemplating constructing 33 homeownership units and an 18,000 square foot branch library for Boston Public Library at the north end of a block that includes the Strand Theater and other community retail. So the location is positioned at the intersection of Cushing Avenue, which is a minor neighborhood street, and Columbia Road, a four-way divided street. Next slide, please. For context, you can see here the top image represents the view toward the Strand Theater on Columbia. The pink highlight shows the existing 1915 Dorchester Trust Company building, which you'll see currently is covered in a vinyl wrap from an artist, but I'll show an image later of the condition underneath the vinyl wrap. The bottom image represents the view toward Dudley Road on Columbia as well, and shows the project site on plan right. Next slide, please. So this image here represents the historic facade, which we have committed to preserving as part of the RFP process. And I'm showing the image here. It's about 10 years old because it shows the underlying condition of the building. So we'll preserve the entirety of that facade plus approximately 2 feet back, and that will essentially be a veneer over the top of a new construction building. Next slide, please. So by way of site plan, I'll just walk through a couple features here that I think represent the essential elements of the project. So we were required as part of the RFP process with the BPDA to not just preserve, but also enhance Strand Theater access. There's an existing loading dock on Plan North behind the building. And so circulation around the site, it was necessary to ensure that the end condition improved access for vehicles entering and exiting onto Cushing to make sure that the Strand remained viable. So the added benefit of the enhancements to that area on Cushing are that the pedestrian pathway and the crosswalk are limited, which of course is better for pedestrian safety. Looking down on the bottom left, the library entrance and patio is called out. So we stepped the building back a little bit in order to create an area where the library entrance could spill out onto the public way and accommodate whatever BPL chooses to use that for, most likely movable furniture, reading groups, etc. At the bottom of the image, there is an ADA and a loading space as requested by the public library in the location that was immediately adjacent to the front entrance. And then on the right side of the image, you can see the location of the historic facade relative to the residential program versus the library. So the net effect of this is essentially for a viewer or a pedestrian, they will be able to differentiate between the library and the residential by virtue of the separation of the historic facade from the new construction. And then lastly, we've positioned the Blue Bike station in the alleyway adjacent to the residential structure and the neighboring building. And behind that, we have a small residential amenity area that would be private to the residents of the building. One thing I'll note is that this image here on the left shows the footprint of the library on the first floor, and the library comprises the part of the first floor and the second floor. Next slide, please. So next I'll share several elevations to give an idea of the visuals of the building. This represents the view from Columbia Road. As was referenced earlier on the agenda, Columbia Crossing is actually behind us if we're the viewer here, and so almost directly across the street would be the location of that glow box as was referred to earlier. So as you'll see, there are essentially 3 elements to this mass. So we have the prominent civic public library on the left, surrounded by kind of a proud bronze frame, and on the right we have the preserved historic facade, which is subordinate to a degree to the public library, which is stronger on that corner, and then a background building, as I'll refer to it, on the top 3 floors for the residential. The intention there was for that to be both stepped back and also to be visually less imposing so that it was more contextual relative to the buildings in the immediate vicinity. You can see in this elevation the approximate height relative to the Strand Theater nearby. So although this is a 5-story building in a predominantly 4-story neighborhood context, the Strand Theater is taller. Next slide, please. This image represents the Cushing Avenue elevation, and the primary reason I'm showing you this here is to show how the library entrance wraps around the corner, because if you're coming from the Dudley side of Columbia Road, this will be the view, or the corner of that will be the view, and it was important to Boston Public Library during the design process that that corner be very proud and prominent, and that it would be abundantly clear for all passerbys where the library entrance was. One more thing, relative to the adjacent three-decker and the neighborhood context beyond up Cushing, there's a gentle slope up that hill, so as the street slopes up, the buildings, although smaller in scale, are not dwarfed by the adjacent structure proposed. Next slide, please. So this image here represents the rendered visual of how we imagine this building is going to look, including the proposed materiality. And I'll call a couple of items out here. So the library facade, our obligation in this relationship with Boston Public Library is to construct the core and shell. And however, we have worked with the library and their architect over the last year to ensure that the proposed facade that we've put forth here matches their design intent and meets their interior programming needs. The second thing I'll mention is the detailing on the residential building. You can see there's a little articulation of that facade in a bit of a folded pattern, and that's meant to evoke the pages of a book and also helps break down what would otherwise be a more imposing massing. That design intervention was based on about a year of community input between the EPNF and now, where the initial design we put forth didn't meet the goals of the community from an aesthetic perspective, and so we have brought this project back as shown here, and we received generally unanimous positive feedback from our last public meeting last month. Next slide, please. So with that, I welcome any questions. I also have our project architect on Zoom, should there be any specific design questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Through the chair. Quick question. Would this project be considered a public-private project in a sense, yeah?
Absolutely. It's representative of, I think, much of our goals when we say public-private.
And then with that, does it trigger prevailing wage on the construction?
So there was a special home rule petition that was passed recently that exempts the project, the library component, from procurement rules, and therefore there is no prevailing wage requirement for our construction of the core and shell. However, that does not extend to the City of Boston's construction of the library fit out.
Thank you.
It's great to see affordable homeownership at this level, and I think just this, kudos to the city and the development team for this combination of a public facility and to create more housing. I think that's just phenomenal. I'm just curious what is the ownership structure? Is it condoized, or how will it work in terms of ownership?
Yeah, great question. So one thing I'll note is that unlike the other two library projects that are currently pending in the city, this project is 100% homeownership, and therefore we as developer are ultimately a facilitator. So it will be condoed. We'll essentially set this up and then hand off to who will ultimately be the owners, which are Boston Public Library and individual unit owners via their association.
Yeah, thank you.
I hope this is the first and many, many to follow suit. I think it is such an untapped resource to develop among city buildings, particularly libraries. Love this, love the sustainability aspect. Any idea how much PV, and thank you, we see a lot of projects that say PV ready. That's great. I like that. I love it there where it's going to be solar PV. Do you know what the PV panel array is going to be?
I don't know off the top of my head. We've worked with a vendor called Resonant on a preliminary plan, and we'll need to coordinate that with mechanical to obviously limit the number of competing commitments on the roof. But
yep. Okay. Very good.
Okay. Great. If there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item number 30, request authorization to issue certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 33 residential rental units, including 6 IZ units and 46 bicycle parking spaces located at 555 Talbot Avenue, and to enter into a community benefits agreement to take all related actions. Dan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, Secretary Paul Hemus. My name is Daniel Polanco, and I'm the project manager for the small project before you tonight at 555 Talbot Ave, located in the Hyde Park neighborhood. The proponent, 555 Talbot Ave LLC, is proposing a new 6-story mixed-use building in the Ashmont Station area of Dorchester. The new building will contain 33 residential rental apartment units with a ground floor space of approximately 3,648 square feet that will serve as new restaurant space for the local community. The residential units will consist of 23 one-bedroom units, 8 two-bedroom units, and 2 three-bedroom units. The proposed project will provide several community benefits for the Dorchester neighborhood, including public relam improvements, ongoing maintenance to the Peabody Square Plaza, and the creation of 6 affordable units exceeding the City of Boston's inclusionary zoning requirement. The Planning Department hosted a virtual public meeting for the proposed project on August 12, 2025, and the public comment period in connection with the project submission of the SPRA ended on August 29, 2025. Thank you for your consideration and time tonight. I do have the development team here to answer all your questions for you tonight, and I'll hand it over to Alana Haynes to discuss the planning context. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ilana Hames, and I'm the planner assigned to this project. The proposed project is located at the intersection of Talbot Avenue and Dorchester Avenue in the Dorchester neighborhood. The development site fronts Peabody Square, an open-air public plaza with colorful pavement, street trees at the interface between the plaza and the sidewalk, an array of seating. Within less than 1/4 mile of the development site are myriad bus lines, as well as the Ashmont MBTA station for the Red Line. Based on its proximity to transit and Blue Bikes hub, this project fits into Go Boston 2030 and the city's overarching goals of fostering transit-oriented development to connect neighborhood centers and support community life. Next slide, please. The built environment is varied in the immediate geography around Ashmont Station. Along the side streets stemming from Dorchester Avenue, the prevailing building typology is 2 to 3 story residences with small planted yards and a significant volume of mature trees. The intersection of Dorchester Avenue with Talbot Avenue and Ashmont Street is similarly lower scaled with taller 6-story multifamilies surrounding Ashmont Station. These buildings have a strong street wall presence, with wide ground floor windows and a variety of food and beverage retailers. Additional height and density in excess of current zoning requirements on the project site is appropriate and respects the scale of its immediate abutters. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in a neighborhood design overlay district, and as proposed, this project is twice as tall as the zoning requirements and is far more dense than what is allowed by zoning. The proposed dimensions consider the narrow and shallow nature of the parcel and its location adjacent to a steep grade to the rear. Additional considerations for density above the zoning requirement include the existing neighborhood fabric and proximity to major transit opportunities. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of a conditional use permit, the proposed project will continue design review at the planning department. Thank you, and I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, board members, Director Shen. My name is George Moranci. I'm an attorney. I represent the owner and developer of the project, Mark Little, who stands behind me. Architectural services for this project have been provided by Rode. Eric Robinson is connected to us via Zoom, and he will walk the board through an urban design presentation, so I will not prolong my introduction, except to say that this is an exciting project at a great location, the confluence of Dorchester Avenue, Talbot Avenue, Ashmont Street. It's an archetypal transit-oriented development project with no parking. It's going to keep a restaurant use in place at the ground level to continue the activation of the pedestrian scale of the building, and also providing new rental units in close proximity to rapid transit. With that, if Eric is ready, I'll turn it over to Eric Robinson.
Thanks, George. Next slide.
We've already explained the matrix of the project. So it is 33 units on a fairly slender and deep site, and I'll show you that in the next slide. So highlighted here in red, it's about a 9,000 square foot site that does back up against the residents of Ashmont Hill, but it does front the edge at Peabody Square. And one of the pieces that is very exciting about this project is the Ashmont Grill site, which is a landmark spot in Dorchester. As a 25-year resident of Dorchester, it's somewhat humbling to be working on the next iteration of that site. And I really want to just thank the community process, the neighbors. We knew this project would have a lot of eyes and concerns and very thoughtful comments, and we think we've moved through that process in a very respectful way with a great dialogue with the community, and it is a result of the project that we see here tonight. So next slide, please. Here's just some imagery of the existing condition of the site, and you can see the Ashmont Grill site. And then there is a large public plaza on front of the building, which is really exciting, with an old curb cut that used to be used to access service for Ashmont Grill, but we will be proposing and working with the city to hopefully close that up and kind of retain the public realm how it was envisioned originally, since we will not be using that anymore in the future development. Next slide. So as you heard, the context is varied. So we carefully worked through our process to ensure that the project that we're proposing is knitted into the context of its site. So thinking very respectfully of the community around us and the abutting properties and working very closely with them, we were able to put a 6-story building in this sort of thin and deep site. But we think it's actually a great moment to activate this side of Peabody Square, where we've seen some of the other taller buildings adjacent to the Ashmont T Station. This is an exciting moment for the Peabody Square area for a new building. Next slide. So just looking at that ground floor plan, you can see retaining and enlarging actually the restaurant space for future use, which we're really excited about, providing some additional public space and having the restaurant pour out onto that pedestrian realm. And then we're also carefully responding to the adjacent abutter properties by stepping the building in various locations, both at the ground floor and at the upper locations, to ensure that this new building does fit in contextually nicely. You can see a section on the bottom where you see the buildings of Ashmont Hill to our left, and then some of the existing buildings at Peabody Square. We wanted to make sure it just felt like it fit right in its spot, and we think we've achieved that. Next slide. These are just a series of longer views looking at the new building in its place, as you can sort of see on the right-hand side, framing that new edge. Next slide. This is looking across Peabody Square. We're introducing a series of outdoor decks and spaces to activate the upper levels. And then the ground floor plan, you can see the addition of the outdoor space for the restaurant on Peabody Square. Next slide. Long view from the Ashmont T Station, and you can sort of see just the upper floors as it steps back and up into toward the Ashmont hillside. Next slide. And then I think one of the pieces of the conversation that was actually quite refreshing was the desire for the community to make sure that we are creating a modern building that's of today, but with high quality materials and detailing and design. And that is something that we did talk a lot about. So we're looking at utilizing brick as well, mainly on the ground floor and some of the accent moments with the terracotta skin, which is really a contemporary brick. So it's the same product, just achieved a little bit differently in its aesthetic. And then as we turn the side toward the Ashmont Hill, we're utilizing a more residential scale clapboard to step on the backside of the building toward that side. Next slide. Just a series of elevational images of that same approach, and she's stepping on the back and the color change in the back toward Ashmont Hill. Next slide. And just then the public space that we will be activating through the restaurant space on the ground floor with the residential entrance adjacent to that. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, great. Does that conclude the presentation?
That concludes the presentation.
Great. Questions or comments from the board? I just want to commend the design, and I think you said it right with saying you knitted this right into the the existing neighborhood. I appreciate the modifications, the setbacks, the just interesting design of the building it shows that you take into consideration kind of that 360 experience of what such a significant building and spot, and then also the Ashmont Grow institution that this is. So I just want to commend and recognize the care that I can see when it went into this.
Care is a great word. The final design is a product not only of the skills at Rhode, but of an intensive dialogue with the community. To ensure that what happened at a sensitive location was responsive to the community, respectful to the community, and a design that, as Eric said, is historical but modern at the same time in terms of materials and scale.
Yeah, and transit-oriented development, this makes sense to me. So, great, thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Congratulations, motion passes.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good work. Item number 31. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed development located at 150 Milk Street, enter into a pilot agreement with the proposed project, and to adopt a minor modification to the downtown waterfront Faneuil Hall Urban Renewal Plan, and to execute a quitclaim deed for a certain temporary limited property interest in the project site, and to take all related actions. Dylan.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Dylan Norris, and I'm a project manager with the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. I'm here before you to present an applicant of Mayor Wu's Downtown Office to Residential Conversion Program, the proposed Article 80E small project located at 150 Milk Street in the downtown neighborhood of Boston, as well as the proposed 121B agreement to effectuate the Downtown Residential Conversion Incentive Pilot Program. On June 20th, 2024, Wingate Development LLC applied to Mayor Wu and the BPDA's Downtown Residential Conversion Pilot Program. The program was authorized by this board on October 12th, 2023, which offers the approved applicants a tax abatement in exchange for converting their underutilized office into multifamily residential rental units. The board voted authorization to create as a demonstration project plan area in downtown Boston, where the BPDA is able to act pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, and provide a contract for a payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to said chapter. Based on BPDA staff review and review under the Article 80 review process and the pilot program, the proponent has been selected to receive a pilot agreement based on the pilot program criteria. The proponent will, upon approval by the BPDA board, enter into a pilot agreement among the City of Boston and the BPDA. If approved today, the city and the BPDA will provide the proposed project an average tax abatement of up to 75% of the assessed residential value for a term of 29 years, terms of which are consistent with the October board vote. In order to comply with the rules and regulations under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 16, the BPDA must take an interest in the project site. In order to effectuate that, the BPDA and the owner of 150 Milk Street will go into a deed agreement, which conveys limited rights in the 150 Milk Street property. Additionally, the owner and the BPDA will enter into an indemnification agreement to ensure the BPDA has no liability on said property. On July 11, 2025, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. We then proceeded to sponsor and host a virtual public meeting on August 12, 2025, which was well attended and well received. The public meeting was advertised in local newspapers, a notice posted to the BPDA's calendar, as well as sent to the downtown neighborhood distribution list. The comment period for this filing closed on August 10th. And you can go to the next slide. Thank you. So The project and the project site includes approximately 8,000 square feet of land located at 146 to 150 Milk Street, also known as 75 Central Street, in the financial district of downtown neighborhood of Boston, with street frontages along Milk and Central Street. You can go to the next slide. And this is just some additional site context. You can go to the next slide. The project site includes an existing 6-story, approximately 21,000 square foot office building. The proposed conversion proposes the adaptive reuse of the existing office and commercial and business uses and converting them into approximately 18 new multifamily dwelling units on the upper 5 floors, with the ground levels remaining as a residential lobby with associated amenities and continued ground floor commercial uses. The rental units will be comprised of 8 studio apartments as well as 10 one-bedroom units. The project will also include a secured interior ground floor bicycle storage room for 12 resident bike parking spaces, as well as 4 visitor bike parking spaces located within the project site. You can go to the next slide. And just here are some additional elevations. And that actually concludes my presentation. I am joined by the proponent team, who's able to answer any questions that the board might have related to the project. We also have in the appendix of today's presentation, typical floor plates for the project if we want to peer over those. But thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, questions or comments from the board?
I am envious to the potential residents who will be in close proximity to 2 of my favorite buildings in the city of Boston, the Custom House and the Beale Building. There's a number of trees right out front. I'm curious, will any trees be sacrificed or have to come down for any of the construction?
Not to my knowledge, but I'll turn it to the proponent team.
Yeah, thank you very much. Eric Van Dusen for the proponent, Wingate Development. No, everything is going to be
On the inside.
staying the way it is, we hope, and
Yeah.
as well as the surrounding areas, trees in the courtyard that exist there today.
Great. No, it's a great project. Obviously, it's exciting to talk about these every meeting we've had of late. There seems to be one really nice residential conversion. It's a smart play by the city, so I'm very supportive of these efforts and look forward to seeing it completed.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Great. Additional questions or comments? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck. We're excited.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 32, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 71 residential rental units, including 12 IZ units, 7 car parking spaces, and 71 bicycle parking spaces located at 11 through 11A Parker Hill Avenue, and to enter into a community benefits agreement and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, and Director Shen. My name is Tyler Ross. I'm the Senior Project Manager in Development and Review Department. The proposal before you is 11 to 11A Parker Hill Ave, an Article 80 small project located in Mission Hill neighborhood. On July 16, 2025, the developer filed a small project review application for the project. The proposed project consists of the construction of a 6-story, 71-unit addition to a rear existing 24-unit apartment building. The new construction totals just under 49,000 square feet of gross floor area. The project will also contain 7 vehicle parking spaces and 16 short-term bike parking spaces. The planning department hosted 2 public meetings on August 13, 2025, and October 20th, 2025, which were well attended and advertised in the local newspapers. With that, I'll now turn it over to Alana from the Planning Division to discuss the planning context before Alex from the Development Team begins the presentation. Lastly, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 11 to 11A Parker Hill Ave project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tyler. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Shen. My name is Ilana Hames, and I am presenting on behalf of Jason McDonald, who is the planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. Parker Hill Avenue is characterized by 3-story, 3-family dwellings on lots ranging from approximately 2,000 to 4,000 square feet, interspersed with multifamily dwellings on larger lots, such as 11 Parker Hill Avenue. The unbuilt portion of the site that would be occupied by the new, larger building is primarily used for surface parking. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located in the multifamily residential 1 subdistrict of the Mission Hill Neighborhood District, regulated by Article 59 of the zoning code. The proposed project seeks zoning relief for insufficient additional lot area, excessive floor area, excessive building height, insufficient usable open space, insufficient rear yard, side yard, and off-street parking. The site is unique, though, in shape and size among the larger lots found in this area. Through the review process, the project has been adjusted to reflect best practices and staff recommendations, including changes to the site plan to maximize open space and increase accessibility and safety. Staff note that the proposed height would not stand out, as it would be in line with the adjacent residences and trees higher up the steep hill. Lastly, zoning violations triggered by additional lot area and off-street parking requirements, very commonplace and indicative of needs for updates to zoning regulations rather than a deficient design. After board approval and zoning board of appeal approval of this project, the proposed project will continue in design review at the Boston Planning Department. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Ilana. Good evening. My name is Alex Huna. I'm an architect at Monty French Design Studio, and I will be taking you through the project. Next slide, please. The project site lies a few properties uphill from the corner of Huntington Avenue and Parker Hill Avenues, which is the low point of the hill and quickly rises in elevation to our site at 11 Parker. Our site also abuts the electrical substation lot in the rear, facing Colburn Street, which is downhill from our site. That downslope just off the rear of our property is populated by a thicket of mature trees. As you can see in this satellite, that make up the tree-lined bank of Mission Hill, visible from the west side of our site from Colburn Street and South Huntington Avenue. Next slide, please. The existing conditions and context around our site, as Alana mentioned, is an eclectic mix of residential building types, typically tightly packed in this particular area with little setbacks and very little front and side yards. The triple deckers and larger 4-story buildings are our immediate neighbors, while just outside of our 300-foot radius, we have much larger high-rise and institutional buildings, as you can see kind of in the lower right picture. Next slide. These are pictures of our current site conditions. In the large photo on the left, the 4-story brick building in the right of the image is the existing 24-unit building on our site that is remaining. It's been recently renovated and is in good condition. The remainder of the site at the streetscape, as you can see, is largely paved over with asphalt for the existing parking and fire access lane. Our site, along with our neighbors at 15 and 17 Parker, which are just to the left of the large photo, are atypically set back from the front yard, and all other buildings along the street are minimally set back or at the sidewalk line. Next slide, please. Again, as Alana mentioned, this is a unique, larger site as it's kind of nestled and tucked between the uphill portion facing that substation and Parker Hill, and in the large portion of the site that we are proposing the 6-story addition to is tucked behind our neighbors at 15 and 17 Parker Hill. So at the rear of our site, we do have that thicket of mature trees that make up the uphill portion of Mission Hill, while in the front yard, we have a 20-foot front yard setback, while our abutters at 15 and 17 have much larger front yard setbacks in which they have several mature trees that are in front of their existing buildings as well. Next slide, please. As I mentioned before, we are proposing to keep the existing building and add a new 6-story addition to the rear portion of the lot, replacing that surface parking lot, and are proposing some dramatic improvements to the current front yard and streetscape. Next slide, please. We are keeping the general extents of the existing fire access lane and driveway, which are to the right of the site just off of Parker Hill, but reducing it to the minimum required and clearly separating it from a landscape front yard and pedestrian area that connects the street to the existing building, as well as continuing into the deep portion of the lot to the new 6-story addition. We are proposing 1 new street tree on the public sidewalk and 3 new trees on our property in the front yard to dramatically improve the overall streetscape and provide a shaded and activated open space well integrated into the sidewalk area. Around the perimeter of the rest of the site, we are proposing understory trees where able, and also a series of private patios for the units that are at grade. Next slide, please. And this streetscape elevation really kind of highlights the unique kind of nestling of our property and the addition. In the overall streetscape, you can see that the actual lot frontage, which is on the lower right, is still quite large, but in the rear, you can see the 6-story portion rising above, but also being tucked behind our abutters at 15, 17, and 19 Parker Hill. The green areas that you see highlighted here indicate the kind of mature existing trees that are at our abutters, and you'll see in a future rendering that the most of this addition is visually obscured from the street. Next slide, please. I just wanted to include this slide to highlight some of the thought we've put into the overall site logistics and proposed improvements to streamline the building and site operations. It is a unique site with some constraints with the fire access lane and driveway access, as well as consolidating the existing building entries with the new building trait. The trash will be consolidated, contained, and made private pickup, while the lack of mail rooms that are existing to address site of 11 Parker Hill of the existing building will also be improved so that mail and packages will be enclosed and directed to a single area in the new addition. So we have quite a number of units on this site now, and consolidating all of the services into kind of singular areas will drastically improve the site access and circulation. Next slide, please. And so this is a proposed rendering of the project with the existing 4-story building remaining on the right and the formerly paved remainder of the site at the street line clearly delineated between vehicular and pedestrian green spaces. The proposed building rises up in the back of the site, as you can see, and is tucked behind, as I mentioned, our neighbors at 15 and 17 Parker Hill, as well as those mature trees that also exist in the front of our abutters. Next slide, please. Getting into the site, this is a view from the driveway looking towards the street, highlighting the clear delineation between vehicular and pedestrian access, the terracotta colored accent paneling that makes up the guardrail and entry canopies will visually connect the pedestrian path and building entries to aid in wayfinding along this long site approach. Next slide, please. And this is a view of the pedestrian path with the existing building on our right, with new canopies at those existing entrances. The new addition is in the rear, with the highlighted by the larger framed opening, indicating the building entrance for the new addition. Next slide. And lastly, this is kind of a bird's eye aerial from further and higher up on Parker Hill that peaks above the tree line, as well as the rooftops of our abutters at 15 and 17 Parker Hill Avenue, to show how our new building is kind of nestled again behind the existing street wall and buildings along Parker Hill Avenue. We are proposing using traditional siding materials to help blend the project in the overall neighborhood context, while the unique kind of unique sawtooth jogging of the building mimics traditional bay windows. Mm-hmm. And with that, I'd like to thank you and turn it back over to the board. Thank you.
Thanks. Does that conclude the presentation? That's it. Okay.
Yes.
Cool. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Just want to say another excellent design an example of again knitting these buildings into the fabric of what we already have here with how the neighborhood experiences this area and how this just works with the existing topography and the trees and just it gave really great context. So I just want to commend the design there. But if there are no other further questions, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Great job.
Thank you,
Good luck.
everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 33, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 44 residential homeownership units, including 8 live-work artist units, 16 car parking spaces, and 54 bicycle parking spaces located at 52 Plimpton Street, and to enter into a community benefits agreement and to take all related actions. Dylan.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, and Secretary Polhemus. My name is Dylan Norris, and I'm a project manager in the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. I'm here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Article 80E small project located at 52 Plimpton Street in the South End neighborhood of Boston. The project site for the proposed project includes 3 parcels of land totaling approximately 11,000 square feet. The project site currently has 2 underutilized historic structures, 1 3-story timber and brick building constructed in circa 1895, and a single-story brick service garage constructed in 1920. The proponent proposes to replace the existing structures on the project site with a 7-story, approximately 43,000 square foot mixed-use residential and cultural development with approximately 1,100 square feet of ground floor gallery and cultural uses. The residential component on the upper floors will comprise approximately 44 homeownership units, as well as contain a subgrade parking garage of up to 19 vehicle parking spaces, as well as an interior bike parking garage with 44 residential bike parking spaces. To cover the Article 80 review process, the development team filed their small project review application on June 27th, 2025, which was distributed through the South End neighborhood distribution lists. The Planning Department also sponsored and hosted a virtual public meeting on August 23rd, 2025. The public meetings were posted on the Planning Department calendar and website. Email notifications were sent to the subscribers of all of the South End email update list, and local elected officials and their staff were also notified of the meetings. The comment period for this filing closed on August 28th, 2025. I'm also happy to share that this proponent collaborated with the Planning Department to implement several of the Article 80 modernization efforts. These included new outreach methods to diversify participation, a consolidated pre-file process, streamlining the small project review filing, and a closer interdepartmental coordination through the use of the new development review worksheet. These resulted in a diverse and robust public meeting, broad stakeholder support from the often underengaged South End artist community, and a faster review process, going from our initial filing to board consideration in under 5 months. So with that, I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Ella Wise, who will present the zoning and planning context for this project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan. Good evening. My name is Ella, and I'm a senior planner covering for my colleague Jason, who's out. So as Dylan mentioned, next slide, please. The existing site includes a building that will be demolished, and planning department staff have worked with the Landmarks Commission on these changes. The project, in terms of planning, is within the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan passed in 2012. And in the plan, this sub-area is identified as the back streets, and the vision for the back streets is to continue light industrial uses while encouraging complementary commercial uses that create new jobs. This project is specifically identified to be developed in a way to support creative economy uses. You can see on the slide that the site is within the Coastal Flood Resiliency Overlay District, shown by the blue. The project was thoughtfully designed to adhere to the overlay district requirements. Next slide. So in terms of zoning relief, the proposed project is compliant with all dimensional requirements, but is seeking relief for parking and use. Staff recommend relief from the parking requirements and recommend a conditional use permit in order to provide housing. Conditional use permit is needed for residential uses, but there are existing residential uses in the local neighborhood context, and the ground floor is activated with creative economy uses as the Harrison-Albany Corridor Strategic Plan recommended. With that, I'll turn it over to the proponent. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Josh Brandt, and I'm the developer for this project. And I want to thank everybody for their time tonight, and especially the planning staff and Dylan Norris in particular, one of the first folks through the modernized process, and lots of improvements there. And so I want to thank everybody for that. The project addresses 52 Plimpton Street, and broadly, the intent behind the project is to create a artist-focused hub in an area that traditionally has been home to lots of artists, both in a live and a work capacity, but who are largely being pushed out of the Harrison-Albany corridor. Next slide, please. The project is located on Plimpton Street, a little bit closer to Albany, and we're just a few blocks south of the SOA Artist Gallery, and part of the feedback we've received from the community is that a lot of the artist spaces, they are being priced out of there, and so the intention behind our project is to provide both affordable artist live-work spaces as well as a related gallery, exhibition, and community use space on the ground level. Next slide, please. Here you can see the building in context, and as Dylan mentioned, there is 2 underutilized buildings on the site, one 3-story, one single-story, proposed to be demolished. It is adjacent to a parking lot on the right, and office building on the left, and across the street also from a surface parking lot. So broadly, we are creating new housing in an area that is currently surface parking for the most part. Next slide, please. I think actually at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our architect, Catriel Tullian, to talk about the design parameters.
Thank you, George. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Catriel Tullian. I am principal at Stock Architecture, and we are the architects of record for this project. These are context photos of some of the recent developments around the area. All of these buildings within 1 or 2 blocks of our site on Plimpton Street, to give you kind of a sense of what is happening on the area. Next slide, please. So these are existing conditions. These are the current buildings 52 and 54 at Plimpton Street. The existing structures, circa 1890, are conformed by a 3-story structure that fronts about 1/3 of the site, and a small parking garage directly attached to the right of the structure that conforms the other 1/3 of the front. To the left of the 3-story structure, you can see there is the access to a parking area. It's basically open space. You can see how the building is being, kind of like in this repair for many years. Next slide. So the design approach and the proposed project is mainly a low-rise building, 69 foot high. The top floor is recessed in order to allow the massing to align with the buildings in the context, and to kind of mesh within the fabric of this area of the south end. The windows are windows for a residential building, and the apertures are kind of organized and aligned so that they follow this kind of like vertical arrangement of the industrial old buildings of the area. The balconies are recessed. The building materials is made out of masonry, with accents of painted metal and wood. The structure of the building is cross-laminated timber, and this is so the the materiality of the CLT is something that we like to express on the ceilings and bring out the warmth of the wood into the character of the building. The building is activated in the ground floor by an art gallery that kind of is part of the facade on the street level and part of the entry sequence into the building. And the purpose is that the artists that live in the 8 affordable live-work units on the ground floor will be able to work and showcase their work on this gallery, as well as in an interior backyard art kind of courtyard that there is in the back of the building. Next slide. So here is the ground floor plan. To the bottom of the page, you see Plimpton Street. We're proposing 3 new trees on the sidewalk on Plimpton Street, as well as 8 bike parking racks and the replacement of 2 light posts. You can see the entry sequence to the left lower corner of the building. The spaces that you see immediately after the stairs and going up to the page is the art gallery that is kind of like split in the middle with the lobby circulation, somewhat to foment discussion, encounter, and interaction between passerbys and the art that is being worked and exhibited in these galleries. The courtyard in the back, we are 30 feet away from the buildings on the opposite side, on the Wareham Street side, and the 20-foot courtyard resulted on our side of the project would be also an area that will be able to showcase the work done by artists on this building or in the community in general. Next slide. Here's a section of the project showing that we have a single level of parking below grade that basically reusing some of the below grade areas that are existing currently there. The live-work units that you can see here have 2 stories each. They're very large, very generous spaces for the artists to work on. And then the residential floors, 5 stories of residential floors above that. Next slide. Here is a view from Plimpton Street of the main entry, the art gallery, and how it activates the corner of the project and, frankly, enlightens an area that would be a great improvement for this zone in general, activating an area that is currently parking garages everywhere. Next slide. Here's another view from Plimpton Street from the opposite angle. Next slide. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move to questions or comments from the board.
Yes, through the chair. I was just listening and I heard about the CLT mass timber. Was that just like the ceilings or was that actual structural?
The actual structure, it's going to be a hybrid plank and glue lam CLT with metal stud interior and exterior walls.
Exactly. I think CLT mass timber, it's a beautiful product. I think 2 weeks ago there was a convention for mass timber that was held in Boston, and they traveled around all of Greater Boston and looked at a few of the newer projects that came out with CLT. So beautiful, and I'm glad you guys are incorporating this on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'd just like to say, every month I go through the agenda and I look through every project before. I think we all do. And I always have a favorite, and this is my favorite project. It's
Thank you, Matt.
really, it's sharp looking. It's nice. It's fun. It's funky. It's welcoming. the comments of residents who've weighed in have been unanimously supportive. So this is a great project, and I look forward to seeing it come to completion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. I too want to echo, what I really appreciate about, I don't pick favorites. I'm like, this is up there. But I appreciate the alignment with the plan and the vision that we have for this area and for the city of retaining and enhancing the artist live work experience. And we were so intentional about creating that in the plan and in making sure that we do carve out this area. So I get really excited when I'm reading these board packets to see then projects like this come to so that we can bring that plan to life, because so many artists, so many advocates, right, like did so much work to make sure that we as a city and as an agency were thinking intentionally about that. So it's a really cool project, and also to appreciate that being an early an early adopter, an early investor in this area of the city, and helping us bring that vision for that entire area to fruition. So thank you for that as well. Any other questions or comments?
Been a long time coming.
Yeah. Speaking to some advocates for a long time. It's super exciting. All right, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Good luck and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, final project, another good one. Item number 34, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80A-2 and section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the proposed 95 Berkeley Street project, and to execute and deliver a cooperation agreement and affordable rental housing agreement, and to adopt a demonstration project plan under Mass General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 46F for the proposed project, the demonstration project plan, and to adopt certain findings related to the demonstration project plan, and to accept a quit claim deed for a certain temporary and limited property interest in the proposed project site, and to enter into a contract for payment in lieu of taxes pilot agreement among the City of Boston, the BRA, and the proponent in connection with the proposed project, and to take all related actions. Dylan.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Shen, and Secretary Polhemus. Again, my name is Dylan Norris, and I'm a project manager with the Development Review Division of the Planning Department. I'm here to present another applicant of Mayor Wu's downtown office to residential conversion program, the Article 80B large project located at 95 Berkeley Street in the South End neighborhood of Boston, as well as the proposed 121B agreement to effectuate the downtown residential conversion pilot program. You can go to the next slide. On March 14th, 2025, 95 Berkeley Street LLC applied to the BPDA's downtown residential conversion pilot program. The pilot was authorized by this board in October of 2023 and offers approved applicants a tax abatement in exchange for converting their underutilized office into multifamily residential rental units. The October board vote authorized the creation of a demonstration project plan area in downtown Boston, or where applicable, where the BPDA is able to act pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, and provide a contract for the payment in lieu of taxes pursuant to said chapter. Based on the BPDA staff review and under Article 80 review, the proponent has been selected to receive a pilot agreement. Based on the pilot program criteria, the proponent will, upon approval by the BPDA board, enter into a pilot agreement among the City of Boston and the BPDA. If approved today, the city and the BPDA will provide the proposed project an average tax abatement of up to 75% for the assessed residential value for a term of 29 years, terms are which are consistent with the October board vote. In order to comply with the rules and regulations under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 121B, Section 16, the BPDA must take an interest in the project site. To effectuate that, the BPDA and the owner of 95 Berkeley Street will enter into a deed agreement which conveys limited rights in the 95 Berkeley Street property. Additionally, the owner and the BPDA will enter into an indemnification agreement to ensure the BPDA does not have liability on said property. On July 21st, 2025, the proponent filed a letter of intent with the BPDA. Based on the LOI submitted, Planning Department staff recommended that the director of the agency issue a letter of waiver. The proposed project does not include major external construction, as it is an adaptive reuse of current underutilized commercial space, is an applicant to the pilot program, and complies with the requirements of the executive order, which allows us to waive IAGs for office to residential conversions, and thus the IAG should and was waived. A project notification form was then filed with the BPDA on September 29th, 2025, submission of which initiated the large project review. The BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on October 15th, 2025, which was well attended and well received. The public meeting was advertised in local newspapers, and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar as well as sent to the South End neighborhood distribution list. And the comment period on that filing closed on October 29th, 2025. You can go to the next slide. The project site is an approximately 22,000 square feet site and sits on the corner of Berkeley and Chandler Street in the South End neighborhood there. You can go to the next slide. The project site also includes a semi-vacant 6-story, approximately 87,000 square foot office building. The only occupied space is the Office of Mass Design Group, which is located down Chandler Street to the right of the project. You can go to the next slide. The proposed project and office to residential conversion will proposes the adaptive reuse of the existing 6-story building and converting the existing vacant office spaces on floors 2 through 6 to approximately 75,000 new square feet of residential uses. The conversion will result in 92 residential apartments on floors 2 through 6 and associated residential amenities in the building's ground floor and basement. The residential rental units will include 41 studio units, 42 one-bedroom units, and 9 two-bedroom units. 5 of the proposed units will be Group 2 accessible. The project will also be complying with inclusionary zoning, providing 18 affordable rental units, 15 of which will be inclusionary zoning units, held at 60% of the area and median income, and 3 units which will be reserved for HUD voucher recipients. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation. The proponent team is available to answer any questions the board may have, and in the appendix we have this typical floor plates if we want to review those as well. But thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Is this the largest residential conversion we've done thus far? Is the city, do you know offhand?
No, it is not, but I'll have John Weil.
John.
Good evening, John Weil, Planning Department. So it is the second largest. We have 31 Milk Street, which is 110 units.
Oh, that's right.
And then
That's
this
right.
is the second.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
While you're up here, so what are we at from the count perspective of like,
So we're at 19 applications to convert 24 buildings. We're now up to, I believe, 1,139 units created. I want to say 215 affordable units out of that. So it's very exciting at this point. And we have 4 under construction, about to have number 5 under construction tomorrow, fingers crossed, which will mean we have about a quarter of the units under construction. So huge progress in about 2 years.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
so fast.
Through the chair, question, how many, is there a number of like how many Class B buildings kind of fit this criteria in a sense? Is there like a rough or a guesstimate on that? Or?
That's an interesting question. I think we are starting to find more and more. When I started the program, the consultant HR&A had given us a list of 62 targets. In the first 2 weeks, I rounded out that list to be about 120. And then now I'd say we're up to closer to 200 that we think are viable candidates. Yeah.
Thank you. And also through the chair. So I'm definitely always glad to, see these things coming to fruition or at least coming to the board and eventually coming to fruition. And I was gonna state this was the second, do we count the Suffolk Law one as, that's 100 and something, right?
101 Tremont is an office to dorm conversion.
okay.
It came outside of the program.
Okay.
Also the project manager on that one, so
Okay.
you're good.
But we do love that one very much as well.
But with that, this being a larger project in the downtown area, I just hope, you're reaching out to contractors who, provide accredited apprenticeship and give young people of, the communities a chance to be a part of this great idea. Because even though there's 200, we don't know how long this will last, so definitely just look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. Keep up the great work.
Thank you.
Awesome. Take care. Great. Item number 36. I need a motion to pay our bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
I second that.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, Director's update. Director Shen, the floor is yours.
Good evening, members of the board. I want to start my report by acknowledging the work of our planning and zoning staff who are diligently advancing zoning reform. Tonight, we saw work related to amending zoning texts and also the research and recommendations associated with linkage. I would like to highlight the staff's work on the introducing two new squares and street zoning districts in response to a zoning petition by the Hyde Park residents, which was originally submitted to the Squares and Street planning process for Cleary Square. The zoning amendment adds two new districts to the set of options of squares and street zoning that make minor changes to 4 of the 6 existing squares and street districts as well. One of those new zoning options offer 4-story buildings, which can include housing and a range of commercial uses. And the second new district is the active Main Streets district, which has the same zoning rules as the existing district, except that building heights are limited to 6 stories as opposed to 7. These districts will be useful in areas where there is sensitivity to height. The amendment also makes it easier to create and maintain banks, shelter facilities, large retail stores, and ground floor commercial uses in some of the existing squares and street districts. These changes represent thoughtful community engagement and our staff truly listening to feedback from residents who came to us with ideas, and that we worked with them and talked about the goals that they wanted to achieve, and then actually incorporating their ideas into new zoning districts. Now we need to take these new zoning districts to the zoning commissions, and I want to thank the staff for their continued hard work. In terms of development projects that the board approved tonight, there were 8 new projects approved totaling 670,000 square feet, 280,000 square feet, or about 42% of these development will be residential. And of course, there were 2 new office to residential projects. These residential projects will deliver 315 new units. 83 of them will be income restricted. The total development cost of these projects is estimated to be around $660 million. That will, when put under construction, will deliver 626 trade jobs to our labor forces and create 280 indirect jobs. The board also, of course, approved 2 IMPs. I want to highlight the IMP for Northeastern University. This IMP will deliver significant benefits, including millions of dollars in funding to support housing creation and stabilization, job training, and community development. This IMP also includes, of course, the first project, which is the redevelopment of the historic Matthews Arena, which will be a world-class athletic facility, including basketball and hockey facilities. But of course, they're now describing it as a multi-purpose facility that will also include general fitness and recreation space. This new arena will be powered by geothermal wells, which is now, I know that Boston University and now Northeastern University will be deploying these new kinds of micro districts, micro energy districts. Again, thank you for Northeastern and the community working to together to achieve this, a lot of common ground in this IMP. I want to conclude my report by highlighting 3 of the certificate of completions approved by the board tonight that will be delivering real tangible benefits. The first project, 2147 Washington Street in Roxbury, will create a new 2,500 square foot outdoor courtyard. The second project, 44 to 46 Soldier Field Place, will have several important benefits. $75,000 in support of the bike share system, another $10,000 in support of parks and open space, additional improvements to Soldier Field Road, and a new public pedestrian path linking Soldier Field Road and Soldier Field Place. And finally, at 401 Congress Street, that project will deliver $4 million to local and regional nonprofit organizations. The project itself will create new public outdoor open space and indoor open spaces, a new elevator, and finally, $40,000 contribution to the MBTA in support of improving infrastructure. That concludes my report, and I look forward to convening again with you next month.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next month.
Thanks, Priscilla.